assistant town manager. So Rodney and Jen, and behind me is Steve Poulos, the chief assessor, who this year took on the chief procurement officer role as well. He's also working on an advanced degree, which we'll talk about tonight, because he's expressed an interest in growing his role here as part of the finance team in Danvers. So we're well represented tonight. Kathy Ellsworth and Jill Summit are also behind me from staff out of the collector's office and clerk's office respectively, and we'll have other staff joining us throughout the presentation. So I wanted to do that before we dove in. We do have a full week ahead of us, and so I've already burned through, I think, 3 or 4 of my allotted 15 minutes, so with that I'll jump right in. I'll hit the laser first and then I'll hit this. I won't read this page, but this is kind of where we are in the budget process. It's really about a 6-month process, and then the rest of the year we're doing the audit. So if we're not building the budget, we're making sure that we comply with the budget 365 days a year. But you can see back in December, the departments were turning in their budget requests. The selectmen, and I should acknowledge Bill Clark down at the end of the table. You can come a little closer to us, Bill, if you want.
It's okay.
So the board adopted their budget policy in December, and that really, we used that along with the departmental request to kind of frame out the proposed budget. As has been done for many years, we worked very closely with the schools and the library to put this budget together. So looking ahead, we'll start the warrant review with the Board of Selectmen next week, and then circle back the week of the 23rd to review the warrant with FinCom before annual town meeting on Monday the 20th at 7:30. I won't read this either, but this is essentially a summary of that budget policy that was adopted by the board in December, and really kind of serves as the framework for the budget that we put together for the board's consideration on March 9th. And now to the numbers. If you want to follow along in your budget books, this is really coming from the first page of the budget, page 1, which is the summary of revenue and expenditures. And these are really kind of these are the areas that sort of form the big pieces in the town budget. We'll spend time talking about each of them throughout the evening and the week. I will a couple of comments before we move on to the specific revenue and expenditure lines. But the general government increase in the center of this slide, I just want to take a moment to point out the gross budget increase in the budget book is 3.19%. But as we get into the departmental requests, you will see that roughly $285,000 of that increase is fully offset by non-tax revenue. So we entered into an agreement with Essex Tech this year for a school resource officer. They're covering 100% of that cost. So we budgeted in the police budget, but there's an offsetting revenue line in the revenue part of the budget, so it doesn't cost the tax levy anything. We have a shared position with the Danvers Community Council for our Assistant Senior and Social Services Director. They pay 37.5% of her salary. So that's a number that's offset by revenue from the Community Council. We also have, we in previous years had budgeted portions of our IT staff in electric and in the town. We're moving away from that policy. We're budgeting those positions gross on the general fund side, but there's a corresponding increase in our other charges for services, which I can point out in the revenue slide. So those are increases on the budget, but the point I'd like to make is that they're offset, so they're not hitting the tax levy, which is key because we don't have capacity within the tax levy for positions. So unique partnerships with Essex Tech and Danvers Community Council allowed us to do those. And then a small part of that increase, which Steve Poulos will talk about in a couple of minutes, there's a $45,000 increase. It's a one-time, I'll call it a one-time expense, although it's likely to come back every, I would say, probably 5 or 7 to 10 years, and it has to do with recalibrating the Patriot Properties information that we use for our reval, and that's fully offset by money coming out of overlay, and it'll disappear in next year's budget. So the point here, that the 3.19 is when you're looking at the budget bottom line is what the increase is for general government, but the net increase is really 2.21%. And we'll touch on the pieces that make that up throughout the evening and the week. A lot of the figures on this slide are essentially fixed costs. So we have an actuarial study that tells us what our retirement contribution is going to be. We have a debt service schedule that is associated with actual projects approved by town meeting. Essex Tech is, that's an assessment that is set based on a formula that's outside of our control. excuse me, benefits and insurance, we'll get into some of the details on that during our presentation on that specific slide. But by and large, this is the big pieces in the budget. And just focusing in a little bit on the revenue, the 3.31% levy plus new growth increase is down slightly from last year. That is made up of the levy, the Prop 2.5 increase, as well as a $600,000 projection for new growth. That's been a pretty consistent number for us. We've had a couple of years, especially when the Kirkbride projects were coming online, where we saw significant growth numbers, but when those projects were in the system, growth sort of dropped right back down to its typical $600,000 to $700,000 range. We did increase that line a couple years ago to 700, and we didn't hit that number. We were in the 600 range, so we backed off that assumption a little bit. So any year that we can exceed 600,000 in new growth, that's a good thing, but we certainly don't want to be under projecting or over projecting growth and then having a budget deficit throughout the year. One of the significant increases in the revenue side is the local receipts area of the budget, and this is on page 2 in the budget books if you wanted to see some of the detail on revenue. Excuse me. We've increased motor vehicle excise tax slightly. The other charges for service, this is the area I had just referenced where we've made a change to the way that we're budgeting IT. So the increase on the general fund side is offset by a decrease in the salary side on the electric budget, and this is where that ties out, is in the other charges for service. In lieu of tax, this number is up this year not because we have a new pilot partner, but in fact the town has been in a dispute of sorts with the Beverly-Salem Water Board for going on 3 years now in terms of how they value the reservoir. We're hoping to bring that to a conclusion this spring. Unfortunately, state law doesn't provide any mechanisms for us to compel payment up front when there's a dispute, nor are we allowed to charge interest when there's a disputed pilot payment with an intermunicipal partner. So we're trying to move that process forward because we need resolution to that. The reason we're increasing it, we're putting it back in the budget. We had taken it out of our revenue projection last year, but we've made an offer that will either be acceptable or will ultimately end up at the ATB litigating at this point. But one way or another, there's going to be resolution during fiscal year 20. Again, our goal is to get this wrapped up by June 30 because then all of the back payments will count toward the next year's free cash, but that remains to be seen. Miscellaneous reoccurring. This $121,000 reflects the contributions from Essex Tech and Danvers Community Council. So by booking this as revenue under local receipts, it essentially is an offset above to the levy. And just a quick point on state aid. The governor's budget, the gross increase in state aid is $326,000 between his proposal on Chapter 70 as well as an increase to unassigned general government aid. But last year was the final year of our reimbursement under the old MSBA model. So we have a $213,000 year-over-year decrease in state aid because that is gone. So we're now fully out of the old funding methodology, which, just as a reminder, the state would partner with the community on a project, and then they would pay off small pieces of debt service during the life of the project. Enough towns and cities gave feedback that we really needed that support up front. So now the state borrows its MSBA money when the towns and cities do. They pay their piece up front, so the towns and cities only have to borrow their net amount, which saves towns and cities a tremendous amount of interest over the life of that debt because we're no longer borrowing the state's portion and getting paid back slowly. So we're not unhappy to see that go away because the new funding model is far superior to the old funding model, but it does reflect a year-over-year decrease in the revenue side. And then briefly, you'll see up at the top, we have a $1.15 million increase in use of school stabilization fund this year, which is related entirely to the Smith School project. So we had initially been planning that would hit our debt service next year, but two things really happened. One, the working with the owner's project manager and the architect, our work with the MSBA has gone incredibly smoothly, so we're ahead of schedule where we thought we'd be, and with construction costs continuing to increase, we've had a pretty loud and clear message from the design team that if we can get the project started this year, we'll stand to save significantly on bid costs. So it's hitting the budget a year early, but we're just shifting our entire schedule up a year. And we'll talk about the contribution back into that fund during the warrant review. I broke out a few general government highlights, in part because as we're going through the individual department budgets, some of these increases won't really stand out. These are roll-ups of some of these specific object codes. So starting right at the top, you'll see that the salary and wages increase this year is about 2.93%. That's a combination of collectively bargained COLA increases, as well as adjustments that are proposed this year as part of a compensation and classification study that was completed for all non-union employees. That was a grant-funded study that we started last year, and we wrapped that up, and we found by and large that we're paying market. We have a competitive salary schedule for our non-union staff, but we did find a couple of positions throughout the organization where adjustments were warranted based on what the market would indicate for those particular positions. There's an increase in police overtime this year, which Chief Ambrose will provide some additional detail on when he's here midweek. But essentially, they have 3 vacancies and a long-term injury, and given the process, the hiring process under civil service, it can be a 9-month process. So when we have these vacancies occur, it does take time to refill those. So we have a couple of vacancies now that, even moving as quickly as we can, we'll be well into fiscal year 20 before we have those officers back on the force. So we have a requested increase this year in overtime for that. I had mentioned in assessing, we have a special project this year. So across the organization, consulting services is up $55,000, but $45,000 of that is related to the assessing project, which will go away in fiscal year 21. The civil engineer too, it's the only quote-unquote new position in the budget this year, but it's really a position that was vacated when Rick Rogers retired 2 years ago. So we tried it out. There's a lot going on in our engineering department between the capital projects that are happening, regulations coming our way in terms of the MS4 stormwater permit, and David Lane and Stephen King really, they made the case that this is a position that does not fully pay for itself, but in terms of the cost that can be saved on specific capital projects by having engineering capacity in-house, it's well worth it. So it shows up as a new position, but it really was vacant for 1 year. And it's mostly offset by reductions in the temporary salary and wages line within the engineering department. You were going to ask a question, Sally.
Well, Rick Rogers was worth a lot more than what's showing there. So I'm imagining that you took part of the salary that you saved and used it elsewhere, because...
No, so when Rick retired, like all invaluable, he's irreplaceable, so we didn't actually let him retire. He retired, and then we brought him back 1 day a week as a special consultant. So he's still actively working on some projects. He comes in on Wednesdays. What we're going to be doing, and this was working with Rick and Stephen King and David Lane, is in next year's budget we'll be finding specific capital projects where Rick can be. So for example, the contaminated soils at Brown Pond, and we have Clinton Avenue coming. So we have projects where we can charge Rick's time to a specific project where he's going to work. By reducing the temporary line that we had budgeted for Rick, we've created enough capacity to backfill this tax-supported position, which, again, we'll talk in the Public Works budget, is actually a shared position with water and sewer. So what you're seeing is the $34,000 is the tax-supported piece of that position. So, yeah, Rick is, you couldn't put a price tag on Rick's knowledge base. But,
so true.
Yeah. I won't spend a lot of time on the rest of these because we will touch on them throughout. But I wanted to point out a couple of those. One of the things we talk about each year is how important reserves are in Danvers. It's by design that we try to budget to a surplus each year because that's how we pay for the following year's capital expenditures. Excuse me. Despite being behind some of our municipal peers in terms of wealth indicators, we stack up very well with the AAA-rated communities in terms of how we budget our reserves and how we have a pretty conservative approach to our fiscal policy and fiscal financial management. So I wanted to put this slide up for a couple reasons. One, this will be more apparent during the warrant review, but our free cash number is down this year. We were at about $7.15 million last year. We're at about $5.2 million this year. There are a host of reasons that contribute to that. A bad winter can eat into that. We had a tough year in terms of fire overtime. We had a kind of a slate of injuries that caused the fire department to go significantly over budget in OT last year, so those transfers had to come out of other departments. So year over year, we're down about $2 million in our free cash certification, and that'll have ramifications throughout both the warrant and as we look ahead to where we know we need to position ourselves going into FY21, particularly when the debt that's associated with Smith School is going to get put out to the market. So we need to be in a strong financial position for that. So despite that, we are looking at, we talked about increasing the withdrawal from the school stabilization fund by $1.15 million. We also are proposing, and this is a warrant article, to put $750,000 into the stabilization fund. Excuse me, and Rodney will talk a little bit about those projections during the debt service budget, but we know where we need to be in about 6 or 7 years, so as we're drawing, we still need to continue to backfill when we can into that fund. We're proposing a significant increase this year to the general stabilization fund for a couple reasons. And again, we'll get into detail on this as part of the warrant review, but both free cash and the general stabilization fund are both counted within our unassigned fund balance, which is the most important metric that the rating agencies are looking at. Rating agencies are far more familiar with a general stabilization fund as a reserve than just letting it float in free cash. Both of those pools require town meeting appropriation out. So it's more optics than anything, but we're recommending as part of the warrant that we move $1.5 million from free cash into the stabilization fund, because it'll show up, it'll be a more visible set aside in the eyes of the rating agencies. It won't affect our fund balance at all, and eventually town meeting will have to appropriate the money out. So I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on that, but that's, in terms of building key reserve, something that we're focused on. Excuse me, and then Rodney will also touch on kind of where we are with our OPEB funding. We had our audit presentation earlier this year. The board, Bill included, had a lot of questions about our unfunded retiree health care liability. That number right now is about $190 million, and the town did have I would say the wisdom to set up a stabilization fund to start chipping away at that more than a decade ago, and then 3 years town meeting supported turning that into a trust fund, so we started to earn real interest on that. But we do have a 5-year, I said you were going to do it and I'm doing it anyway, but we have a 5-year funding plan for that to try to increase each year. And then there's also a small increase proposed in the budget to our workers' comp fund. We're self-insured for workers' compensation, so it's important that we have a balance in there to cover unexpected costs throughout the year. So the last slide focused on some of our key reserves. This one takes kind of a broader view. We're pivoting now from the actual budget to sort of looking ahead. This is sort of where we are, big picture, going into FY20. We started discussing back in December our financial summit, kind of what our financial health is and where we are in terms of being positioned in these key areas. So one of the things I point out, we've seen in the last couple budgets, our levy capacity, we're down to, in the proposed budget, we're around $15,000 from our levy limit. That's an $80.74 million figure. So we're effectively at our levy limit. You'll see the local receipts increases the last couple of years. We're comfortable with those increases. We know we can cover those. But one of the points I would make here is that each time we increase our local receipts revenue projections, we're essentially borrowing that from the following year's free cash number. So there's a direct trade-off between what you're budgeting for local receipts and what ends up flowing to free cash the following year. So this is not a trend that we can necessarily sustain, but these are safe numbers for us. I wanted to point out here, this school stabilization fund had bottomed out at a little over $3 million after the high school project was fully online and we had made it through the peak years. So the last 3 or 4 years, we've been building that account back up. So this year we're at close to $6 million in school stabilization. This is the planned drawdown we just talked about, so we'll have about $4.3 million in the school stabilization fund at the end of FY20. And we know that over the life of the Smith School, as it's been proposed, we'll need close to $8.3 million in stabilization fund to shave the peak debt years off. So the 750 covers close to 30% of what we know we need beyond what's there now. So we have some time. I think we were able to build it up appropriately, but we'll need to continue to fund it in order to get through to FY26 or 27. I had mentioned before, we've seen the free cash number not on the slide from FY17 was around $6.5 million. So we had a $6.5 million certification in 17. 7.1 was really kind of the high water mark. You have to go back to just before the high school project to see the last time we had a $7 million free cash certification. We're down this year, and again, that's kind of twofold. One, because we had a strong free cash number last year, we funded a lot more at town meeting than we typically do because we wanted to catch up on some of the deferred projects. It'll be a much more modest town meeting warrant this year because we have a policy on the books that says we will leave no less than 1% of our net operating revenue in that account after town meeting. So as we're putting this budget together, we're mindful of a couple of things. What is the impact on our unassigned fund balance when we propose these projects, as well as the other financial policies that we have. And then leading into the last piece here, so our unassigned fund balance policy says that we would like to maintain between 8 and 12%. 10% is kind of an industry standard. The problem with 10%, as we've talked about before, is when you're below 10%, they want to know when you're going to get to 10%, and as soon as you're above 10%, they want to know why you're overfunding it. So the range is very comfortable for us, and it also, I think, is an accurate depiction of the way Danvers has used its reserves. This isn't a community that builds its reserves and then forgets about them. We use our reserves actively, which is okay, because we have policies that say we do that. When these numbers are dropping and you can't explain it, that raises alarm bells with the rating agencies, but we have a pretty tested and true set of policies here that has worked well for the town. So these, the trends aren't great. We're not in trouble, but I think the kind of the takeaway from this slide is that we're at our levy limit. We have a path forward on Smith School, but it's going to be tight. Things are going to be tight. And I wanted to just spend a second briefly talking about, so what are some of the things we're looking at from a budgetary perspective. We've been engaged with the Insurance Advisory Committee, which consists of the presidents of each of the unions in Danvers, as well as a retirement representative. Currently it's Letty Marshall, who sits on that IAC for us. The folks sitting right here, and then our insurance consultant, and we're excuse me, we're looking ahead to FY21 because we have the health plan's been renewed for FY20, but we have some headwinds coming our way in 21. The employees see that, they acknowledge that as well. So we've had some very productive sessions, and we're looking ahead essentially 15 months to try to figure out what actions we can take this spring to make sure that we're on a sustainable trajectory there. Something else we've been looking at, most of the municipalities are open either 35 or 37 hours a week. Danvers has been open 40 hours a week to the public for a long time. We think there are ways to look at potentially providing some budgetary relief by tweaking that and making sure that that's being done in a way that is least impactful to folks who actually need to come into town hall to do business. So this isn't out there. We haven't really focused in on what that could mean yet. But when we're trying to spitball ways to save money in the budget, these are some of the things we look at. This is fee for service. When we get to Public Works, you'll see how much we spend on refuse collection and recycling and disposal. I don't think that's ever been considered, and it's not certainly being proposed at this point. But when we talk about what options are available to the town when we're out of levy capacity, other than either cutting services or seeking budget overrides, it's things like fee for service. So we're acknowledging that that's there. It's stated in our budget policy as something we would look at each year. I offer that as an example, not because I think it's coming our way, but it's the one that people most readily recognize when we talk about what are some of the services that don't have to be funded the way that they're currently funded. And then I think sort of tying back to we did a citizen survey a couple of springs ago, but I mean, I think there's a lot of interest. There's been a lot of turnover at the staff level, a lot of turnover on town meeting. I think it would be an interesting time to looking ahead in the next year or two to do some strategic planning and really engage a broader section of the community to find out if we're still doing all the things that they value the most. I wanted to offer this slide. In part, we talked about the one position that's included in this year's budget is the refilling of the civil engineer 2 position. These are positions that were requested in the preliminary budget, none of which were recommended to move forward, in part because we simply don't have the budget capacity to fund these positions. You could pretty easily make the case for any one of these positions based on workload, based on what the need is, but we're in a position where it doesn't fit in the budget. So these were requests from Public Works and from Finance and from the Health Department for positions that we could certainly put to work on meaningful work in the town, but the timing is certainly not right. And then at the bottom, I'd be remiss if Chief Bob and Chief Pat were here. They'd want me to at least nod to this part of the screen, that we are down 2 firefighters and 2 police officers from where we were a decade ago. Those aren't even requested in the budget. But this is the doom and gloom portion of the presentation. Paul?
If those, particularly the patrol officer, if those 2 positions were filled, would that in any way limit or reduce overtime?
It would be a mixed bag. Generally, when you see a new position, there are new overtime costs associated with that, having to do with the way that vacations are structured within the budget. So it would be nice to be able to say that if we added $130,000 in salary in the police department, and now this doesn't include benefits, we'd probably tack 30 to 40% on top of that for benefits, you would not see a $130,000 decrease in overtime. So you would use less overtime on a head count basis, but you certainly wouldn't see, it wouldn't pay for itself if that's
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. And again, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves because we're not into the warrant yet, but based on the free cash number we've talked about and where we know we need to be from a reserve policy at year's end, this first column shows what was approved at last year's town meeting for our tech warrant, buildings, grounds, pavement management, and capital outlay. The blue column in the middle is what was requested as part of the FY20 based on a variety of things. We have replacement schedules for pavement, we have replacement schedules for fleet. David Mountain works hard with Travis Reardon in grounds to identify fields projects, playground replacements, things like that. Leif Rockman and his staff do a great job working with Keith DeVerna from the schools in terms of what we should be doing in the buildings. But based on our free cash numbers, this is the target that we set for each of these departments, and they came in prioritized, and this is what will be going forward. But the red column here, essentially, we're calling deferred. I mean, these are the projects that we can't get to. So, we'll get into some of the details in the warrant, but we have a couple of baseball fields that get heavy use in town that haven't been rehabbed in 20 years. We've been managing them, but time is probably right to do drainage improvements and re-level the surface and all of that. But it's really a non-starter in this year's budget, and so I think I'm pointing this out in part because the departments do a good job of putting forward requests that they think are going to be of benefit to the community, and you can see that we're not the list of deferred project builds because we're what's available in free cash is essentially the funding source for a lot of these things. And then lastly, this is a slide that this is a repeat slide from the financial summit in December, and this reflects these are either projects that have been sort of discussion points since I got here 4.5 years ago, some that we're working on actively. And I think it's a reminder that capital needs never end. So we talk about Smith School being the last elementary school in, the last, but it's really the last in the 25-year cycle that we're finishing. We think we now have the space that we need, but we'll never see an end of school-related rehab, renovation projects that are going to be coming our way. We have one that's right in front of us, which is the Highland roof, which was funded at last year's town meeting, and we found out that the project was more, that the needed repairs were more significant than anticipated, so that's coming back. Riverside School roof is not far behind. And then just a reminder that we did 3 elementary schools in the 90s, and those are all gonna reach the same, 30-year age at the same time, and we'll certainly need things. I don't think we're talking projects the scale of Smith School anymore, knock on wood, but they won't go away. The Public Works facility is a project, I think that's been a $25 million placeholder in the CIP. I think it was in year 5 of the CIP when I got here, and it remains in year 5 of the CIP. We don't have a site, but certainly there's a need if you've ever been to the Public Works yard up on Hobart Street. It's tight, and it's a capped landfill, and we have staff meeting each morning in trailers because there isn't building space. The purchase of water, the Canal Street property a couple of years ago was a temporary fix for that. The thought was if we move the water and sewer departments out, it buys us another decade before we're really sort of up against it. But that's a project that the town's gonna have to kind of wrestle with how to pay for at some point. And then at the bottom, these aren't projects that would fit into the category of sort of mandatory or critical in terms of the way that a school or a public works facility is. But we've put a lot of effort into reimagining what could happen at LaBelle's Grove. We have a small study that was funded last year in terms of looking at ways to enhance the waterfront access at Sandy Beach. Sally and others are on the Hay Barn committee to look at what could be done there. We have a dedicated rail trail committee that would like to see that expanded. We're coming up on our next needed dredging project. We're going to be doing some bank stabilization down at John George Park, hopefully in the warrant. So the point is, we have a lot of projects that we're going to have to talk about how to pay for at some point. And as I said, that concludes the doom and gloom portion of the presentation. But I would have been remiss not to start. I think we've been having this conversation annually at the Financial Summit. It's something Travis Ahern brought with him when he came to Danvers, and Rodney and I certainly feel it's important and would like to continue that dialogue with the boards and eventually with the broader community about. We need direction at some point in terms of what the priorities are, so that we can help craft plans to get where the community wants to go. So with that, since I went about 3 times as long as I planned, which is what I always do, I can take some big picture questions, or I can hand it over to Mr. Poulos, who's going to get us started in our departmental reviews.
I just have one.
You're sorry.
Are you asking? Oh, I just wanted, thank you for the doom and gloom. It's important. Debt service increase. Can you put that in some kind of perspective? Is that unusually large? Why are we looking at a 13.25 or almost 13.5%?
So let's wait until we do the debt service presentation. Got it. It's Smith
Sure.
School, but it's a net number, and we'll talk about how we got to that number.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Sally's leading into what I was going to ask, so we'll wait.
Okay.
Love that.
Okay. Any other big picture before we get to the?
I guess I have one, just that we're at the levy limit, basically, as you say. And I know for the years that I've been on the finance committee, that's been something that people pay attention to and track pretty carefully. And it may cause some great consternation among the citizens of the town and town meeting members, et cetera. I've watched as the budget, grows for reasons each year that make sense, but I think people will be concerned that we're at that levy limit. So I just felt that and for them, need to say it out loud.
Thank you, Sally. Okay. Steve?
All right. So before we get started, I just want to remind everyone that this is the department that brings in most of the money that will fund
And so
fund everything going forward, so go easy on me.
Page 19 in your hymnals.
Thank you, sir. I was going to shout that out, but you said it better than I ever would have. So.
What is that, 18, 14?
So this is
Page
the
19,
organizational
right?
chart. It's made up of 4 full-time staff and 2 part-time board members. This 3-person board. The assessor also serves on the board of assessors. We have an assistant assessor, an administrative assistant, and a senior account clerk. And for highlights and accomplishments, FY19 was a revaluation year. We got through that seamlessly. We also had some turnover in the department. A key staff member who was with us for about 7 years left, and that was a tough hole to fill. But we do have a new person, Michelle McGovern, who's on board, and she's doing really well, getting up to speed. She's been here for about a month or 5 weeks now. And looking forward, FY20. So every reevaluation, the state issues a number of directives that come down on the department, whether it's changes at the state levels, new regulations that they want us to comply with, or issues that they see going through the reevaluation audit in the town. So we'll be implementing those starting in FY20, and then we're looking forward for the next few years into our next reval. And also, I'm hoping to implement in FY20 the town's first formal data review, and that really accounts for a majority of the increase in operating expenses. And what it is the town converted to Patriot Assess Pro, which is our assessing software, back in 1996. And we've had close to 30 people involved in inspecting properties and making changes in the database. And when you look at it, some of the data that we collect is factual. It's either vinyl siding or it's wood siding. You know, you can't, there's no subjective, there's no call there. But, you know, when you're looking at condition and grading, although we have a comprehensive data collection manual, there's always going to be, you know, a varying of opinions. You know, someone might look at it and call it a good, someone might look at it and call it a very good, because the line can be relatively fine. So I guess what I'm getting at is the data review we're proposing to conduct in FY20 would bring one set of trained eyes that would spend probably about 3 months going through the town, starting at the bottom of every street, working his or her way up the street, and looking for grading and condition consistency, essentially auditing our database. We don't believe that there's any systemic issues or any issues at all, but we feel that it's the right thing to do for the taxpayer to make sure that everyone's on the same playing field and taxes are applied fairly and equitably. The other part of the increase is contractually obligated software maintenance. It goes up about 3% every year. Salaries and wages, the increase mostly outside of the merit adjustment at my level and the cost of living for the assistant assessor. The rest of it is comprised of the comp and class study. And education reimbursement, as Steve alluded to earlier, I'm pursuing my MPA. There's a large increase this year, although it had been budgeted for, I think, 17 and 18, which I didn't, if you look in the history, I didn't actually spend any of it because I pursued a management certificate offered by the MMA in Suffolk. And then as I took on the additional responsibility as a chief procurement officer, I had to get my MCPPO designation, which is the state's purchasing official designation. So it essentially delayed my start to the MPA program, which I'm currently working on now, but now at a more accelerated rate, and looking to finish it up by next summer. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Nope.
Thank you. What were the recommendations of the state after the triennial reevaluation? Can you think of any particular?
Yeah, it's actually this year a number of them were expanding on reporting capabilities for sales analysis, also growth reporting, and they're changing some of the way we submit our data will be automated, but it will give them more oversight, where now we fill in what the difference is. They're going to have the whole extract and be able to show us how they want what they want us to make the changes. And then also it's things like they're looking for us to start sketching out condos, where before, if you're familiar with the property record card, the back side of it has a sketch of the structure. Prior to that, they require us to comply with what's on the master deed. So if the master deed says condo A comprised of 1,280 square feet, condo B comprised of 1,287 square feet, we would just put that in where the sketch would be. The state now wants us to start sketching them. They also we added fields to maintain locations within the condo complex. They want us to review our waterfront properties and do more analysis on those. They review our neighborhood delineations, which is something they say to do every year. And And that's all I can think of off the top of my head.
Now, I noticed in the budget book that there's a $45,000 increase under consultant services,
Yep.
consulting services, which I assume is the
That's-
data review.
Yes. Yeah, now, as Steve pointed out, if it's tax neutral, it'd be coming out of the overlay has an excess balance that would be released to cover that cost. It's not, doesn't contribute to tax portion of the levy.
And if I could jump in for just a second, if you turn to page 2 in your budget. 2? Yep. You'd see the last revenue line overlay reserve before you get to the total revenue at the bottom of the page. If you go all the way over to the right, you'll see $345,000 is the drawdown. So the $300,000 is to cover tax abatements. The $45,000 would be associated with that project. So if this project were removed, then we would drop the revenue by an equal amount, right? So that it has no impact on the tax levy because the overlay exists to pay both tax abatements and to settle, disputed
Correct.
tax accounts. But Danvers and certainly Steve has continued the tradition, has done a very effective job of managing that account as well as the tax appeals that we face. So he's comfortable releasing $45,000 with the permission of the Board of Assessors out of that account to cover this project. And I think for context, so we have about a $53 to $54 million residential tax levy. So roughly 2/3 of our $80 million levy is residential. And in terms of the taxes paid, not necessarily.
Yes, right, yeah.
3/4 of it is residential. This is $45,000 invested to make sure that, we wouldn't expect to see wild swings in the same way when we did our comp and class study. We didn't find that we had positions that were 40% out of market. We saw small adjustments that needed to be made. And I think the reason Steve recommended this and the reason we certainly support it is if we can spend $45,000 to ensure that we're being consistent across that $53 million component of our tax levy, that's an important project to take on every 5 to 8 years.
It's certainly becoming an industry trend. You're seeing more and more communities adopt this, doing something like this every 5 to 10 years. Especially, Proposition 2.5 really isn't that old. In the early 80s, Proposition 2.5, the DOR started to have a lot more oversight on the communities. And as a result, their cyclical inspection program got brought down in the communities in the late 80s. And computer-assisted camera software started coming out, and you saw a lot of migration onto them. So it's as the result, and technology there's been a lot of changes in the database from a manual process to a more computer-assisted process. Vendors, there's been a lot of turnover in the industry, and also vendors are more involved in the process. So as a result, there's just more hands in the cookie jar, so to speak, and we just want to make sure that everything's consistently applied and everybody's on the same playing field.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mike?
Yeah, one of the questions was answered, but I've had a call from quite a few different people, and they want to know about these cards that are coming in the mail for inspections.
Yep.
And was that done just targeting certain sections of town, or I thought you did 1/3 of part of a town, and then the second part, and then the third part? But it seems like the way you've sent them out, they're all scattered around different areas of town.
Yeah, no, the way we work them in the way that the state likes to see it done is, it's as simple as I'll run a report with inspection history. I sort it by,
Can you
Yeah.
maybe explain the cards before?
Yeah, all right,
So
sure. So what it is as part of this so what I was getting at with the state implementing a cyclical inspection program and involving more people in the process of looking at properties. So the state has what they call a cyclical inspection program, and they require every community and every municipality in Massachusetts to attempt to gain entry into every home once every 9 years. So because of that, it's just not possible for a staff of 4 to get out there and try to visit, somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 properties a year, try to contact, get inside. So we contract with the vendor, which is a big chunk of the contractual services. And for them, we send out a postcard. The postcard is simply just So nobody's surprised that someone's knocking at your door on, 9 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. It's that there's gonna be inspectors that are gonna be out in the field. Your property came up on our list to be inspected, and, we just want you to be aware of that. The police are aware of it, that we have information on the website. And, so really, that's what the postcard is, and nobody's targeted. All it is that you just work through who got inspected last, and we just, if we have 1,000 in the contract, we go through those 1,000, and then the next year, they get moved to the top of the list because they were just inspected, and now it's like, what's the next 1,000 that were inspected? We're on about 7 to 9 year cycle, depending on if we're working on commercial or residential, because commercial is more expensive and more time consuming, so we'll fall behind the 9 year schedule when we're working on commercial. But then when we do residential, we jump ahead maybe to a 7 year schedule. So it's always fluctuating, because we've got a lot of pushback saying, well, last time I was inspected in 2012, that's not 9 years. It's like, so we just kind of explain to them that, we might be a little bit ahead of the 9 year curve, but then when we're focusing on commercial, we might only get a couple hundred done a year. And because of that, we'll fall behind the 9 year curve. And the state every year wants to see an audited list of our inspection history to make sure that we're complying with this program.
And I think, Mike, as you said, nobody's under any obligation to allow the inspector into the home. The state asks that the municipality attempt to gain entry, and the rationale is that you'd like your assessments to be as equal as possible from house to house, so that like houses are taxed in like amounts. If a person's not comfortable letting someone in, they don't have to, and if they're not home, then obviously, Steve's consultant or his staff can take field measurements and do it that way as well.
I should think, though, you'd go back to the ones that haven't been inspected the longest and start there and work back toward the ones that have only been inspected in the last few years.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly what we do.
That's what you're doing?
Yeah, literally every year when it comes time to do a cyclical inspections, because we go out in a daily course of business, we'll do some inspections on our own just through permitting, and we'll count those so we don't see, we're not seeing someone twice in the same year. But I'll just run an activity history. I just sort it through, the earliest to the latest, and I pick the 1,000 that were seen the longest ago.
You have about over 10,000 homes, is it? 10, 11,000?
Yeah, 10,000 parcels.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sally?
Thank you.
All set.
Gina?
Just in brief, how is the data review different from the inspection?
Well, the inspection's a state-required review, and I think when it was designed, it was supposed to serve as what the data quality review would do. But the problem is it's far too expensive to see everything in that capacity every year. And as a result, you end up with a ton of people looking at properties over a 9 year period. So that's where the 30 different people working on the software came from, as a result of this program.
So the $45,000 for the data review, is that an external visit to every home?
It's just, it's an external visit.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what's going on with our commercial properties? Are we seeing a growth in that area? I noticed the Awesome Sylvania building is coming down. Is Mass General expanding? Do we see any possible revenue growth in our commercial sector?
Really, the biggest projects right now are the car dealerships. As far as the Mass General structure coming down, I know before they built, they had it rezoned as hospital use. So I think eventually you'll see them put something else up there. But as far as anything being in the pipeline, I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, so the $600,000 of new growth, is that all residential?
It's a mix.
It's a mix.
Combination.
Oh, okay. Great, thank you.
Yep.
Any questions from the audience? Any other questions from board members?
I move the budget.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Budget passes. What's next?
Next is management on page 12. The management office consists of the town manager, myself, There's the executive secretary to the town manager, and the procurement specialist is also in our office. A few highlights from FY19. You will hear this over and over and over again throughout the budget presentations, the compensation and classification study. Our office completed that on non-union employees this year. We also worked on advancing the Smith School project through the special town meeting and into pre-construction. And then we have launched a quarterly employee newsletter called the Quarterly Onion this year. We've sent out 3 editions of it so far and are enjoying our new employee newsletter. Looking ahead to goals for the next fiscal year, we'll be launching a Citizens Academy in the fall of 2019. We will also work on the successful negotiation of the FY 21 through 23 collective bargaining agreements. We'll facilitate the fall 2019 zoning special town meeting. We will continue to recruit new volunteers to serve on boards and committees, and we hope the Citizens Academy that we're launching will parallel nicely with that. And we are working on rolling out short videos on various municipal services. We did a really rough draft of this. You might have caught it on our social media with the town manager doing some training with the fire department before he went and fought fires. We hope to do a little bit more edited versions of those where you can learn about municipal services and things going on in town government. No major budget changes. There's a slight increase in the salaries and wages as a result of the comp and class study. And you will also notice that the consulting services line appears to be 50% up. But if you look further down to out-of-state travel, that is down by 20%. The money's just been shifted around within the budget. The consulting services is where the Citizens Academy will be budgeted out of. This is a request summary outlining the slight increase because of comp and class. Operating expenses is up overall less than 1%, mostly for printing of non-forms.
There's a $4 difference between your budget book and the slide. The budget book is the correct number. So we, oftentimes this is the case when we're moving from the Selectmen to the Finance Committee budget. We rerun the entire budget, and a couple of dollars here and there may shift to make the bottom line work out. So but the numbers in your book are accurate.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to take any questions you may have on the management budget.
Gina?
Can you briefly explain what the Citizens Academy will entail? Thanks.
Sure. It will be approximately an 8 to 10 week academy. We're still fine-tuning exactly how many weeks it will take, where citizens will pre-register and they'll be able to come into different town buildings on a set schedule. We are envisioning it running on Thursday evenings from about 6 to 8 p.m. and they'll get a kind of crash course into municipal government. So Municipal Finance 101, a tour of the police station, and kind of a behind-the-scenes look at what the police department does, a deeper dive into the planning and land use offices so that they can start to get, you know, a picture of what happens in Town Hall and our other buildings. And then they will have a wonderful graduation at the end of their Citizens Academy.
Thank you.
So, and this is something Jen and I are working on. Lexington runs a similar program, and it's become such a popular draw there that they have an application process, and they routinely have to turn away citizens who want to go through the Citizens Academy. And so it's almost like you set it up like a semester. So you have a public works night, a fire night, a police night, a town hall night. And at the end, the goal is, A, they have a deeper appreciation for how all these services fit together. And most importantly and selfishly, you have 20 or 25 trained citizens who hopefully will turn around and want to be involved in serving on a board or committee at the end of the process. So,
Quick follow-up question. So departments that typically work at those hours, would they just shift some of their time to be available? Is that going to cost the town anything extra?
It won't. What's nice, Thursday nights is our late night in this building,
Okay.
so we're here until 7. But we'd be able to allocate some flexibility that if you stay until 8,
Okay,
come in an hour late the next day, or something along those lines.
thank you.
Paul?
In the department description, you identify community challenges and propose short-term and long-term solutions. Is this what you might be referring to in the past when you gave your opening statement about some of the things we're going to face, possibly down the road, as to what we can and can't afford?
Correct.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All set, thank you.
No questions.
Sal?
I have none, thank you.
Mike?
Nope, good, thank you.
John?
No questions?
Any audience?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Nicholson, Precinct 8, Town Meeting Member. What is the status with Judy Smith?
Bill, could you clarify what you're asking?
I'm asking what the status of Judy Smith is.
She was at work today. Judy, when we, one of the things that came out of the compensation and classification study is that, Judy spends the vast majority of her time doing the day-to-day procurement for the town of Danvers. So her job title changed as a part of the comp and class study, and there was also an adjustment made as part of that to reflect what she does on a daily basis. So Judy's been with the town, I think she started with the Hunt Hospital, came over to the town. She's been a town employee for a long, long time. And she had one of those classic municipal government job titles, administrative assistant 2 or something like that. So we worked with, as part of this process, we worked and gave her a job title that really reflected the work that she does.
And where is she in the budget?
She's in this budget,
Your budget?
correct? Yeah.
Oh.
They switched it last year, I think.
Yeah, MIS last year was broken, so the MIS budget is where our IT expenses existed back when Diane Norris was overseeing MIS. And one of the changes we made probably 2 or 3 years ago now is we broke out the IT budget as a standalone budget and brought over management-related expenses into what had been the town manager's office. So now we have a management budget and an IT budget.
Okay. And is there some reason when you advertise that her name is not mentioned as the purchasing agent?
So the purchasing agent is a designation that the state looks to in terms of who the chief procurement officer for the town is. So in Danvers, it's the town manager, but that title has been designated. She's our day-to-day purchasing agent, but Steve ultimately is the one who goes to jail if we break procurement law, not Judy. And I think Judy's pretty comfortable with that division of responsibility.
All right, thank you very much.
Any other citizen questions?
I'll move the budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks, Jen.
I'm going to continue
Keep going.
along. Next budgets are on page 10. On page 10, you have our legislative budgets, moderator, selectmen, FinCom reserve, and legal. There's relatively no change to most of these budgets. There is a modest increase in the selectmen budget as a result of comp and class again. But we're happy to take questions.
No, that's actually not.
No?
We're not giving the selectmen a raise.
Sorry, no.
No, this is related to.
Sorry.
They've been active on the they've been attending conferences and MMA events, so we wanted to reflect that. Sorry, Bill.
And we're happy to take any questions on those 4 budgets.
John?
Nope, everything's fine.
Mike?
Have we ever actually, because I think the selectmen, not that they ever asked for a raise or would, but we're going back 30 to 40 years, I think, since there's been any increase in the selectmen's compensation. Has there ever been any discussion about changing that?
Within us?
Yeah. Well, you'd be the one who probably would have to initiate it.
Yeah, but it would, well, yeah, there has been discussion, but nothing really public. We figure we're
Till
giving the
tonight.
town our
that a violation of the open
$837 a day salary.
Yeah, do you know when the last time there was, what that goes back to?
Yeah, well, I think it was less than that.
Okay, William Clark, one of the senior members of the Board of Selectmen. It's my recollection that it's probably around 40 years ago.
I was gonna say,
I know
it was that way.
the salary when I was first a town meeting member was, I think, $2,500. Maybe Bill, or I don't know, it was
It was
3,000.
$2,500 when I was. yeah.
2,500?
20 years ago.
Well, it's been, okay. It's been 3,000 since I've been on the board and
It
since
was
long
8 years
before that.
old when I first started.
Excuse me?
It was 8 years old when I first started as a selectman.
You know, personally, I have a feeling about this. I think that you look at the number of people in the community that are running for office, and I think in some cases, it's not a motivation to run for the office, because it's a lot of work, as you know, and the salary hasn't increased for a long time. And I'm amazed this year we have a non-contested election, essentially for school committee and selectmen. That really amazes me, because people are out there. If you read the social media, there's all kinds of unrest, but no one wants to step forward and try to change something or stand for anything. I do think it's a testament to the fact that we have some stability on the board, and we have for a number of years. But I'm just surprised that no one came forth to run this year against the incumbents. Salary might have something to do with it.
Do we have an indication, I mean, I hate to spend a lot of time on this, but do we have any indication where we stand in regards to other communities of similar size in regards to payment to their?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
We could, it's something, I mean, candidly, it's the first time this has come up in 4.5 years. It's something we could take a look at. I mean, the information's out there. I have a vague recollection of there being implications at some threshold in terms of retiree health care or pension, but that's something, I guess my recommendation would be we take a look at that, and we can report back on that.
I think Cambridge City Councilmen make $90,000 a year, Bill. Is that something you'd be looking for?
You know, Peabody, Salem, they're making 15 or so, you know, it's a
I'm
little
not
bit
sure,
more.
if I'm recommending raises for my bosses, I'm not sure if that puts me in the Ethics Committee's crosshairs at the state level either, so I have to be very cautious.
Well, remember, we're at the levy limit.
That's good. I've just, Sally, you stole my line. I was gonna say, we've only got $15,000 under the levy limit, and we're really working that close.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it's something the town really can afford, and it isn't a priority, that's for sure.
But it's probably an exercise worth going through to report back on,
Sally?
just to see where we are.
I have no questions, thank you.
Mike?
No questions.
Sally?
We're just talking about the moderator budget now,
Or any of those budgets?
right? Okay.
You good?
Good.
So I have a question, which is, I sort of know the answer, but I don't know whether there's been discussion along these lines, and I think it would be good if there was. In legal services or legal counsel, we've never, to my knowledge, used town council or any kind of legal help for the zoning board of appeals. And I often wonder whether we should, because you have developers and property owners who are very well represented by very skilled lawyers, and then you have the volunteer members of the zoning board of appeals. And I've just wondered, why don't we use some of that legal expertise that we pay for? Now, I don't know how it's structured, so maybe that's the reason why.
Are you saying in terms of representing the town at the meetings? Because we get, Rich Maloney and Aaron Henry spend a lot of time meeting with council when they're on site to discuss ZBA-related matters. We don't, as a matter of practice, have an attorney present at the monthly meetings, but we will have Rich and Aaron here a little later this evening, and maybe they could speak to that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, thanks.
Paul?
Almost set.
Gina?
No questions. I agree with Mike, though. Thanks for bringing that up.
Questions from the audience?
Bob Gamer, Precinct 6. I'd like to speak in favor of raising the stipend accorded to members of the Board of Selectmen. president's stipend, which hasn't had an increase in quite a while, 40 years?
I may be wrong. If Mike said he got $2,500, it's been 3,000 for as long as I can remember.
It was 3,000 when I was there back in.
I mean, it was 33, I think it was 3,000, yeah.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
3,000.
I think it's been
Yeah.
3,000 since the 60s, really.
In any case, the president's stipend in no way compensates the selectmen for the fine job that they are doing. Certainly the time and effort extended. You know, the simple fact is, if we are going to attract and keep highly qualified individuals, such as those who presently serve on the board, we need to pay them accordingly. So as a taxpayer, I strongly support raising the selectmen's stipend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamer. Bill, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Precinct 1 Town Meeting Member. Just to follow up comment to what Sally had mentioned about the ZBA. It's with other boards as well, the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, where it's a lopsided battle between attorneys who are well-versed in the state statutes. It is a lopsided battle to the detriment of the residents of Danvers in terms of development. So I haven't seen in the past where maybe this happens as a sidebar where these boards consult with the attorneys to get some types of legal opinion. But I see during the public hearings where there's often a conflict between perhaps what a resident might say and then what the attorney for the applicant, and it tends to be the attorney's word who seems to be, has the final say, which is, again, it's a disservice to the outcome, right? Because oftentimes these projects that are submitted have quite an impact on the quality of life. So I don't know if this is this legal services category, this line item. I know it went up significantly from FY 18 to 19. It increased by $40,000, which was a significant amount.
It was increased, it actually was decreased by a significant amount a couple of years ago. It was increased in 19 to account for the cable contract renewals.
I see, okay.
I think $10,000 was the
All right.
increase.
So is that kind of just a set price where it's not like a time and materials cost?
No, it is. So we budget, if you look at the breakout on page 9 in the budget, we budget $131,000 in the general fund for legal services, and then across water, sewer, and electric, they also set aside funds. So the total legal services budget is $242,000, and then outside of that, there's a specialty counsel that supports electric with some of their work. Which is billed out, yeah, that's correct. It's billed hourly against this appropriation, but this appropriation is built based on years of trend. So we're pretty consistent.
So even if that's the case, I think it's worthwhile to spend that money to make sure that these decisions that are being made, because oftentimes we talk about variances and other types of special permits that are in perpetuity, right? So better to, if the boards have any questions or if they're unclear, best to have them feel free to consult with the town attorney and not have it be, I'm not sure what that relationship is, who they go through to actually get that consult service.
I'd like to jump in just for a moment to point, rushing to the defense is the wrong term, but our boards and committees are supported by professional staff who have unfettered access to legal when needed for decisions that they have to make. So there's no metering out of legal services per se. When the planning board has a project that requires legal service, Murphy has to have a team of 10 attorneys with land use expertise who can support Aaron and David Fields and staff to make sure that the decisions are being supported by legal support.
Yeah, I
Same with
wasn't
ZBA, same with
suggesting
other boards.
anything derogatory
No, I
towards the
understand, but I think-
volunteers that support, that serve on the boards to be commended for the amount of time that they spend. I'm just saying, again, it's a kind of a lopsided battle where you have these attorneys who, this is what they do full-time, where you have volunteers who may not fully understand what the laws are, so.
I think that's a related issue, and actually, one I'll comment, we've spent some time this year talking about, we've had turnover on those boards as well, so that, Aaron Henry and I have been discussing with David DeLuca, and I know the Board of Selectmen has some thoughts on this as well, that, we'd like to set up some more training for our regulatory boards, just as both refresher courses in terms of what statute, what authority and power they have, which is kind of a separate conversation from the legal advice they may be getting on the back end through the town's attorney, but in terms of providing proper training to our boards and committees, that's a high priority for us this year as well.
Great, okay, thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chair, just as somebody who's actually done both sides of that, I was on the planning board for a period of time, and as Bill's been on a number of boards, and I've certainly appeared before boards as an attorney in terms of development in both Danvers and in other communities. And I will tell you from my experience of appearing on that other side, the Danvers support staff is as good as you're gonna find any place in regards to that. And they have absolutely no problem whatsoever in, as the meeting goes on, in those meetings that they will have with town council discussing those things. And there is quite often a lot of interaction apart from public and before the boards, where attorneys for a developer will have communication with the town council, and they'll work back and forth to try to make sure that the things that are being done fall within what the town's attorney, which is the Murphy, Heston, Toomey, Lehane folks, who, again, they're as good a land use group as you've got in the state, the people that are with them, and we do have that access to them. And so I think that in this particular area, I don't know if, I don't do that type of work anymore, but I'm not so sure that the town would be best served from an economic standpoint with the idea of having an attorney at every one of those meetings. I think it would be very expensive, first of all. They get $350 an hour, so I think that that number would run very quickly up if they were expected to be at every conservation planning and Board of Appeals meeting. So,
Well, could I just respond
yeah.
in a friendly fashion to my good friend down there? Do you see no need? Do you ever, in a proceeding, does it occur to you, do you find yourself thinking, gosh, this is pretty lopsided, as Matt said? Clearly, this attorney is far better equipped and prepared, and this board is not up to the, yeah,
So-
they're outmatched.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I guess maybe it was a little different in that when I was on the planning board, there was myself and Scott Spearing, who were both attorneys at that point. So, I mean, we're attorneys. We have a huge ego. We certainly didn't believe we were any worse than the attorneys who were appearing in front of us. Mike Splain came on and was on after that. Jim Sears is on the planning board at this point right now. I think so, at least in the planning board, there's always been, as far as I can remember back, an attorney that's been on the planning board as a member. The zoning board of appeals has been a little bit different over the years from that standpoint. But I can assure you, when you would go out there and you would have people like Signetti and Pariseau and Ellie Ross, who had been, and Bill, who'd been on that board for, I think, like 100 years. Yeah, in some cases, they knew the law as well as anybody, and it was, I very, very rarely would have believed that I could outmatch any of them in terms of dealing with it. Newer boards, it can become difficult, I think, and you do want to make sure that there's plenty of training. But again, I've never been in a situation where there's been a major development or a significant development of any type that went through in a night in Danvers. Those developments typically take multiple meetings and oftentimes many, many meetings. And it's during that many meeting process that occurs that the input from town council gets felt. And I think that absolutely, most importantly, the members of the board that I've seen both in service, serving on them and appearing before them, they are not afraid to ask town council for assistance if they think they need it, so.
They've also got strong backup from the building inspector. He's always there. And he knows what's allowable in various zones. So I don't think it's necessary to do that, but I understand what you're saying, that usually the legal counsel representing a client is much more qualified than the people that are on the board. But they do have Rich as a backup.
Bill Bradstreet?
Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, Precinct 1. I think it's, as Mr. Duggan said, the perception is when you attend one of these meetings and you listen to someone who's making a proposal, and the board who's listening, that the proponent appears to have more knowledge. I don't know what goes on prior to the meeting, and I think you're trying to explain to me that they do a review of what's coming up so they have some basis to follow. But when I sit there and I listen, as Matt does, to a lawyer make a presentation, the board has a question, the lawyer explains to the board what the law is. I think it's kind of disingenuous that the board doesn't have the representation that the proponent does. I don't think it's fair. I don't care what it costs. We're trying to protect and do what's right for the town. If it costs some money, it costs money. It's the cost of doing business. But I don't think it's fair for the boards not to have someone there equally or more qualified than a proponent. Thank you.
Can I just want to assure anybody who happens to be watching that our boards are not put on the spot to have to make snap decisions, as Mike said, on the fly. So there's no shortage of advice from both professional staff within town hall or legal counsel in between those meetings to make sure that they understand. So I just want to make that, lest anybody think that the boards are put in a position where they have to make these split decisions in what is sounding like a court of law. That is not the case.
Bill?
Bill Nicholson, Precinct 8. I was on the zoning board for 17 years and the planning board for 5. This is the first time that the zoning board has 3 attorneys, 1 female and 2 males. In the past, probably Mike was the last time we had a lawyer on the board. And the other issue that the town manager has mentioned, we used to go to zoning meetings put on at different areas of the state to learn more about zoning. Zoning is very complicated, and it takes a long time to get through the book that is yay thick now, that used to be this thick, on zoning issues. They try their best, but these 3 attorneys on there, I think, are going to be a vast improvement to counteract the other opponent.
Bill?
Bill Bradstreet, town meeting member, Precinct 1. I'm not trying to argue. It's just the perception. If I sit there and listen to this, and people who are home watch this, I can't help but think their observation is the same as mine, that it's a little overwhelming, disingenuous, that the advice comes from the proponent. It's just an observation. I don't think I'm the only one in town who feels the same way. I understand we have counsel that we can refer to, but when I hear someone say, well, we'll ask counsel about that, that's after the fact. Now already they've already spoken their case, and I think most people would go, well, that's it. Even if they talk to counsel and they come back and say council has said something other than what has been said. It's the perception that's already taken place, that the decision has been made, whether it's changed afterwards or not because of someone's legal background that says that's not the way it is, this is the way it is. It's already been said. You can't take back what somebody's already said. It might be different, but the perception is there that the decision has already been made, rightly or wrongly. That's why I think that have an attorney there, whether it's Mr. Landers or anyone else, it's worth the money. It's the cost of doing business to do the best for the people in town who live here and pay taxes, and they have expectations also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Bates, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 4. Totally disagree. I think our boards, if they need additional help, they'll speak up, they'll let us know. I go to planning board meetings, I watch them, zoning board, was on the school committee, I knew I had access to an attorney if I needed him. There is no need for increased attorneys at these meetings, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Board members have any other comments?
I'll move the 4 budgets: Moderator, Selectmen, Finance Committee, Reserve Fund, and Legal Counsel.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you for the candy, Bill, that helped. The department head budget request, you'll see a similar shade of green on this sheet as from the overview, and that's because one of the positions that I referenced at the beginning of the night is reflected within this account. So the information I'm sorry, page 16.
16.
So what you see on this slide is a gross and a net increase to the budget. Last year, the IT director's position was split evenly between electric and general fund in terms of the funding source. What we're doing this year is moving 100% of his salary over to the tax-supported side of the budget. There's a corresponding decrease in the salary and wages line in electric and a corresponding increase to the other charges for services. So the effective change is, it's a net zero. We just think it's more appropriate to be showing the full cost of the employee in one spot rather than splitting it out over a couple spots. So the actual increase in the budget, you'll see down below for salary and wages is 2.66%. So that would be the recommended increase that the selectmen can use in the fall, well, when we complete our performance evaluations for all the managers. And that can be allocated based on the outcome of those performance evaluations to the department heads within this budget. You'll see on page 15 the positions that are funded out of this budget. This represents a little less than half of the total number of management positions that are part of the management compensation plan that was adopted by town meeting in 1979. And among other things, what that management compensation plan requires is that management level positions be evaluated each year based on performance and that their merit adjustments be tied to those performance evaluations. So it's a long-standing policy in town. So the gross increase in the budget is 6.79, but roughly half of that in terms of salary increase is offset through the other charges. And the operating expense increase is related to Jen pursuing her master's degree, which was one of the conditions that I set for her when we hired her, that I wanted to see her do that. So happy to answer any questions you have about this budget.
Thank you. Gina?
Oh, just where were the benefits for the split FTE before?
Those have always been budgeted in the benefits and insurance budget, and there's a Rodney and Peter Krapusik in the DPW business office true those up. So they reimburse the town for those expenses based on actual costs.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Paul?
Where are you going for the masters? The educational incentive, is that part of, that's part of it, okay, and then there's the tuition reimbursement, which fits
So
in.
the education incentive is related to the chief of police, which is a holdover from the Quinn bill.
Okay,
So part of
okay,
his
yes.
compensation package is broken out as education incentive instead of salary.
Okay. These incentives available to other members in town government?
So the incentive, when we talk about incentive, that's usually, that's explicitly the police department and the Quinn bill. And in the fire department, there's a similar education incentive for having an associate's or a bachelor's or a master's degree. What we're talking about when we talk about Steve or Jen is that we have a tuition reimbursement schedule that we've long offered to employees who are pursuing a bachelor's degree or master's degree. So based on the
But it's
grades they
open to
get,
other,
there's a
yeah.
reimbursement threshold. That's right.
Thank you.
Sally?
That was my question as well. Thank you.
The travel allowance, is that for the total of all the people in the department?
No, that's the auto allowance that the board had put in that was in my contract when I was hired, and we had never budgeted it accurately, so it's adjusted in this budget.
That's all.
Sally?
Thank you. I don't understand what this means, that
Pretty much, yeah.
salaries and wages are increasing by 81,673, but 60% of that reflects a change in the way IT salaries are being budgeted, gross versus net. I don't understand that.
The gross versus net, so the breakout at the bottom is an attempt to show that the overall salary increase is $83,000, but all but $32,000 of that was already budgeted in electric last year. So it's just moving laterally from electric to the department head budget.
Okay.
So we have been,
Which position is that? I mean,
so this,
is that one of the particular department heads that we're talking about?
yeah, so if you look on page 15, these are the positions that are funded out of this budget. And one of those positions is the IT director. And because a lot of what Colby does transcends, he's not just a general fund employee, I mean, he's working on pretty complicated projects for water and sewer and electric, so they pick up a portion of the cost. But instead of saying that we wanted electric to be funding certain percentages of certain people, we're pulling all of the salary resources for IT into the general fund so we can show the kind of the true picture to pay for IT. And then a portion of the total budget cost is charged back to the utilities for the way they use that. The same way we charge back parts of human resources and accounting and some of the other internal service departments.
So it's
more,
not a dollar for dollar allocation, it's kind of a generalized.
well, the dollar for dollar from electric to this budget is accurate. So 50% of our IT director's salary had been budgeted in electric last year. We're now budgeting 0 of his salary there and 100% of it on the town side. So this $32,000 is what essentially we took the current year base salaries and recommended a 3% increase to be set aside for the board when they do their evaluation of each of the positions. So in years past, those 3% is the average. I think we gave out we averaged about 2.5% last year based on performance. So some people were higher than 2.5 and some were lower than 2.5 based on whether they met the criteria that were set out that year.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps.
It does, thank you.
Mike?
So to build on that, I guess a little bit, I understand the accounting of it. How much in total has our general government budget increased because of this transfer that we've done? Not, you know, I know that the overall hasn't changed at all, but, and what I'm getting at with that is does that have an impact in terms of us reaching our tax levy? Does that?
Good question, and no.
Okay.
So I would say if you go back to page 1. Actually, go to page 2. 2 and 3. I'm gonna keep moving the target on you. So the top of page 3 is the general government budget. So included in that budget, you have about $285,000 that are associated with moving all the IT positions over from electric. The fully funded, actually the school resource officer is gonna show up in police, but that's a $94,000 expense that Essex Tech is picking up 100% of. So when we're talking about our levy limit, it's just the first, and I don't mean to oversimplify this, but at the top of page 2, the property tax levy at $80.738 million. If we didn't have offsetting revenue for those expenses, we would be in a budget deficit position, right? So those positions are only there because we have offsetting revenue to cover that.
Yep. Some
Some were internal, we had internal sources of revenue at the electric department. Some are external in terms of community council and Essex Tech. and we have multi-year agreements with those groups. So if they want to, they're not obligated to fund these in perpetuity, but they owe us a couple of years' notice if they want to change pace, so we have an opportunity to plan for that.
All set?
Good, yes, thank you.
Okay. John?
I'm all set.
Okay. Any audience members with questions?
Move the budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Now we'll get into the administration and finance areas of the budget. That's comprised of several departments. The first, assessing, we already covered with Steve Poulos. Next, we'll be looking at treasurer collector, the clerk's office, accounting, and then we'll be covering debt service, retirement, and we'll touch on OPEB as well. The key accomplishment I think we'd like to point to from last fiscal year was the $5.2 million in free cash certification. When looking at goals for FY20, there are several that span across the different finance divisions within administration and finance. The first is to address the management comments in FY 2018's audit. It was a relatively clean audit, but we did have 2 management comments that we'll be devoting time to resolving in the coming fiscal year. The next major goal is to take steps towards developing a GFOA award-winning budget. Danvers historically has won an award for its CAFR each and every year. I believe it's 14 years running. Is that right, Corey? 14 years running. Many communities in the Commonwealth either pursue an award-winning CAFR or an award-winning budget. I think Danvers has the potential to have both. Not just to, it's nice to win awards, but also because I think developing the budget as a communication tool is good for the taxpayers as well. The third major goal for the new fiscal year is to continue to develop and document sound fiscal policies and practices for long-term fiscal sustainability. We've made great strides in recent years on those. Back in 2016, the Board of Selectmen developed several policies such as reserve policy, water and sewer retained earnings policies, debt policies. I think continuing to evaluate those and expand those as needed is another key goal for the coming fiscal year. The fourth goal would be to conduct an on-site credit review with S&P. Obviously, we have a large borrowing coming up with the Smith School. It'd be a good opportunity to bring S&P out and let them see the town in person as opposed to a conference call. A lot of the stuff that goes into our credit rating is just numbers, debt ratio, stuff like that. But I think allowing them to see the economic development in the town is a key aspect that lends itself to the discretionary portion of the score. And last, the final goal is to ensure another positive free cash certification. With that, we'll get into the administrative services budget specifically. Yep. Joe Collins is not here. He's in Florida, probably having dinner. He said his cell phone is on, but it keeps going to voicemail. So in his place, we have Kathy Ellsworth and Jill Summit, and they'll walk us through the administrative services budget.
If you look at the organizational chart for administrative services, Joe Collins, the Director of Administrative Services, serves as the town clerk as well as the town treasurer collector. From there, it breaks off into 2 groups where I oversee the receptionists, the clerks and the clerk side, and the parking clerk. Jill has the tax clerks, and she's got a senior clerk over there as well. And the highlights for us from fiscal year 2019, we are working for preparation for the U.S. 2020 Census to reconcile what's on record with the U.S. Census and what we have on our side as far as adding in addresses that have been added into the community to make sure that we get credit for all of the locations for addresses that don't sync up. So we've been working on that. We've also accepted the delivery of our new voting equipment. The equipment came in on Thursday last week. We're very excited about that. We'll be holding training sessions next week for our wardens and assistant wardens so that they'll be familiar with the equipment for the May 7th annual town election. We've got creating and maintaining a student activity accounts, ongoing excise collections, and Jill and I have also had the opportunity to participate in the MMA Suffolk University program last year. So Jill and I completed that at Suffolk University. Next. So the goals for fiscal year 2020, continued support for the US 2020 census, the Smith School financing bond sale. We're expecting the expansion of early voting, which is going to be determined by the state. The presidential primary, that date is supposed to be in March. We're looking at March 3rd, but again, that comes from the state, so we don't know exactly what that date will be. Jill?
Oh. Our salary and wages increase was from that comp and class study. And our operating expenses only increased by $500, and that was for, what, bookbinding?
We had an increase in bookbinding.
Yeah.
Mhm.
For the clerk's office. And that's it.
Thank you. And thank you both for being here. You did a wonderful job filling in for Joe. John?
I'm all set.
Mike?
Nope.
Sally?
What's bookbinding?
Bookbinding is the vital statistic records, birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates. As those come in, we file them, and over time, we have to bind them. We're legally supposed to bind them in books. So what we do is we keep them in binders for a certain amount of time, and then we go back. So every year, we send some out to the binder, and they bind them and send them back to us. The increase, from what I can figure, is from 2015. I think that would probably coincide with the Kaplan House opening. Unfortunately, our death certificates have gone from 1 book a year to 4 books. So we're kind of lagging behind on keeping up with some of that.
I understand how that works. What's the new voting equipment like?
It's kind of a souped-up version of the old voting equipment. So it's a newer version of the same equipment. The biggest change with this is there's a digital display on it with a touch screen, so the voter will have a little more control over that. If the voter overvotes or has a blank vote, we're going to have the machine programmed that it will accept the ballot and hold the ballot in the machine, and it will tell the voter that you've overvoted. Do you want to process it as it is, or do you want to kick it back and get another ballot? So it kind of puts that control on the voter instead of having the warden, have control or have to help them with it.
And that's at the point when you're putting the ballot into the machine, there'll still be the paper ballot.
It's still the paper ballot. The machine will hold the ballot until, if it's a perfectly voted ballot, it will process it and say ballot cast. If they're overvoted or they have left something blank, they'll get a message on the screen that tells them you've overvoted. Do you want to redo it, or do you want to put it through as is?
Got it.
And then they have that control.
One last question is, what were the management comments in the fiscal 18 audit? Just an example, you may not have them in front of you, but just.
I do have them in front of me, so we're in luck. The first was to establish a formal timeline for closing procedures. So this goes into closing the fiscal year over the summer and into the fall and preparing for the annual CAFR. So all of the necessary journal entries are made each year. They'd like to see us develop a more routine schedule of how that plays out over the course of the summer. And then the second notable management comment was to establish a receivable reconciliation procedure. And that's making sure that our general ledger matches with what the treasurer collector has for outstanding taxes, motor vehicle excise, anything that's owed to the town. There's slight variations. We usually reconcile towards the end of the year. Recommendation is to do it monthly, and we've already started doing it monthly, so that one will be cleared.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'm all set.
Sally?
I'm good, thank you.
Paul?
2 questions. When you talk about the new voting machine holding the ballot when you overvote, does it do anything when you sort of leave a blank? Is that what you're referring to?
It's the same, right. If it's not a correctly cast ballot, it will hold the ballot inside, like inside the tray on the top. It won't drop down, but it'll hold it inside. And it will tell you, you've overvoted. Do you want a new one? If you've left it blank, it will say, you've left a race blank. Do you want it back to correct, or do you want to put it through? And these are settings that we can do depending on how we want it to run
Excellent.
when we go through the chain,
Right.
the training next week.
Okay, now, back to the census. Briefly, I have no recollection, just myself personally, in the 2010 census of ever talking to anybody, speaking to anybody, getting any mail. I don't know. Maybe I don't belong here. But could you just walk me through how this is going to take place briefly?
Well, as far as the way I figure, the 2010 census went out to every household in 2010. Every 10 years, they send it out. Not our local census, this is from the United States piece.
Right.
So every person in the community will get one. You fill it out, you send it back, and that's how some of the federal funding will come through. So you want that to be as accurate as possible.
So it's going to come through the mail?
It's going to come through the mail,
Okay,
yes.
that's my
I think
question.
years ago, they
Right.
used to go door to door to do
Oh,
the
yes.
census.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, that's it.
You're welcome.
Gina?
No questions, thanks.
Sally?
Excuse me, just to clarify, until Paul made further inquiry. So Kathy, people often blank intentionally. So are you saying that every single ballot which has a blank will result in the voter having the option of redoing it?
Well, it depends on how we set the equipment up. When we meet with the vendor next week when they come, there were a couple of options. If there's an overvote, one of the questions that they asked us on the setup was, if there's an overvote, do you want them to have the option to redo it? And the other question is, if it's a blank, a section is left blank, do you want them to have the option to fix it?
They're not going to hold
So- And we may find that it doesn't work that well,
So, but the voter is the one that would say,
The
yes, go
voter's
ahead and
gonna
take
say
it.
yes or no, right.
So Sal, if you couldn't bring yourself to vote on a particular race because both candidates were equally qualified in your opinion, it's gonna say, did you mean to leave that blank? And you'll say yes, and then it'll accept the ballot.
Right.
But someone who may have missed it,
Yeah, but every voter, I think,
and we
has
may
a
find that
couple
that
of
doesn't
races
work.
that they blank intentionally, which means you're going to, I guess what I'm envisioning is a massive logjam
line.
of people.
We may find-
Because the machine is saying, oh, blank, blank, blank.
Right.
Of course there are blanks, that's,
Right.
you know, when the same person has been on the ballot for 65 years in
This-
certain county races,
Pull up the ballot.
you're gonna have some blanks.
Right, and that's an option with this new equipment. I'm not saying that's what
Right,
the end
okay.
result is gonna be, but that's the difference between the old equipment and the new equipment.
I see, okay, thank you.
So if you overvote, you're asked if you want to vote again, and you say no, does the ballot count then?
No,
So you forfeited your
because you
opportunity?
voted, you voted for too many
Right,
people.
but you forfeited, so you
In
darn
that
sure better
category.
come back and do it again,
That category. No,
because your vote's not going to count.
it will for all but that race.
Yes.
Okay.
If you put the ballot in and you've overvoted and you say, oh, I didn't mean to do that, and it kicks back, it comes back as a spoiled ballot, then the warden would take that ballot, replace it with a new one, and that becomes a spoiled ballot.
You do the whole ballot over again.
You'd have to do the whole ballot over,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So just not on that, but on, have you guys run into any issues, because I've actually had a couple of clients who've come in to deal with this, on the new license requirements in terms of problems with birth certificates and/or marriage certificates, and issues that you guys have run into at your end with that?
This is unrelated to election, correct?
Exactly, no, it has to.
This is clerk's side.
Clerk's side, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, we've had a lot of people come in looking for the birth records and marriage license. Because what happens is, when you go to the registry for that, it's easier for a man because technically, their name stays the same.
Right.
For a woman who may have been, born with one name, married, divorced, went back to the maiden name, they have to show the whole trail of that change, every name change. So they need all of those documents to go to the registry to get that new ID.
Yeah. And how, do you have any capacity or discretion from your standpoint? You can't alter a birth certificate, correct?
No.
That once it's been there, because
Yeah.
I have two that the name was just misspelled. And we have to go to probate court to be
Right.
able to get a order
Yes.
to,
Well, and I think with identity theft, what we're finding is that they're much more particular about those records being correct.
yeah. Did they, when they did this, did they have any involvement with the town clerks? Did they go to you guys before they made this
The
decision?
registry?
Yeah,
No.
no. Despite the fact that you're the ones who are getting people to come in and,
Right.
and you're at the front line of it,
Right.
so.
And sometimes people don't remember where their records are. On a marriage certificate, it may not necessarily be the same place that you got married or where you were living. You could apply for a marriage license anywhere. So say you lived in Danvers, but you worked in Malden, and it was more convenient for you to register in Malden to get married. Your marriage record is gonna be in Malden forever, and that's it. So we find people, it's tricky for them to figure out, you know, where is it?
Thanks.
Any audience questions? Matt? Census expert coming to the podium.
Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. Just a comment on the US Census. So every household in Danvers will receive a paper form, and if it's not returned in a timely manner, then someone will come to your house and to count you. And it behooves everyone in Danvers to respond, because federal funding for schools, roads, et cetera, is all based on the number of people that live in town. So if you get that form, fill it out.
And Matt's just not a citizen in the subject. He counted me last time, so
census
he was a
taker.
census taker, so.
There was indication that they're gonna have outreach on that, just to kind of, you know, talk it up and make sure that people return the census on that.
Bill?
Bill Bradstreet, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I heard OPEB mentioned. Our legislatures, in their wisdom, mandated that retirement funds and medical or OPEB funds be fully funded by a date specific. I've read in the paper in the past, and I'm sure it's fake news, but some communities aren't putting monies aside in a timely fashion in small increments so that the completion date, we've already had one of the completion dates, I believe, extended because, I don't know, the stock market or whatever. For the communities that aren't doing anything, what's their consequence? And for us doing what the state has asked us to do, how do we benefit? Obviously, we're doing what the state says we should do, but how would it affect Danvers if we chose, like, the fake news communities who didn't do anything? If we were to do the same thing, what would it, or how would it affect us?
Steve, before you answer that, Bill, I think we're going to go into debt service a little later on
retirement.
in much more detail, and if we could handle that question then, I think it would be more appropriate.
I'd be glad to. It's just that I heard the word OPEB.
Sure.
And it
Yeah.
maybe.
We're looking forward to you getting back up. Thank you. Any other questions?
Move the administrative services budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Counting.
18, page 18.
Next, we have Corey Grace, the town accountant, to go over the accounting budget.
Hey, Corey?
Okay, our organizational chart is myself as the town accountant. We have an assistant town accountant who newly came on board last year, and then a staff accountant, an accounting clerk, two accounting clerks rather, that do accounts payable.
There you go.
All right.
I'll just hold it.
Okay, good, thanks. I don't work for the IT department. Some highlights for fiscal 19. We, as I just said, recruited a new assistant town accountant. She started last year, and also last year we promoted the payroll specialist to staff accountant. That position was vacated by a retirement, the staff accountant position was. We worked on modernizing the 1099 procedures to create a more efficient process. We received a clean audit in fiscal 18, as Rodney alluded earlier, and also he had mentioned that we received our 14th consecutive GFOA award for excellence in finance reporting, which is the CAFR. We look forward to receiving the 15th. We have applied for it, so we're waiting for that award. That usually comes after the beginning of the calendar year. So our goals for our new fiscal year is to work with HR, developing a new onboarding process, establish the formal timeline for closing procedures, which Rodney also alluded to, which was the management point, and also the receivables reconciliation procedures, which are already in process. And we expect a clean fiscal 19 audit and the 15th consecutive GFOA award. Our major budget changes are, the first is the increase in the consulting line. I almost said insulting line. The consulting line to address the audit recommendations. So we're, just so I can have a little guidance for a more efficient closing procedure. And also the increase in conference fees and training services so that I can attend the annual GFOA conference. A little funding for the assistant town accountant and myself to attend the annual MMAAA conference, which is Mass Municipal Accountants and Auditors Association. That's for certified government accountants. I passed the exams a couple years ago, so I am a certified government accountant, and the assistant town accountant has started her schooling so that she can take the exams in a couple years and become certified also. The salaries and wages increase includes the staff accountant and the assistant town accountant related to the comp and class study that you guys have heard a few times and you'll probably hear over and over again. They are both non-union people and that was included in the study itself. So as you can see, the change in our salaries and wages was 5.74%, which was estimated cost of living and then the changes in the comp and class. The operating expense increase is due to the consulting services and the conferences, as I mentioned. So a total is for 8.37%. And I like to make it short and sweet, so if you guys have any questions.
So just one quick note, and Corey and Rodney had both met. So a portion of that auditing increase is related to the one-time project, which would be to have somebody come in and assist with addressing the management letter, which was to put formal closeout procedures in place. So we would expect that to go down in 21. That's a one-year increase to the auditing line. So that increase from 28 to 40 is not a moving forward number. That's we need to cover that expense in response to the audit comments, and then that should go away again. And the headcount has remained the same in accounting. So we had our staff accountant retired. That position was replaced with an assistant town accountant, which was the position Corey had held previously when Lenny was still the town accountant. And then we were able to do an internal promotion from one of our accounting clerks into the staff accountant position. So it was higher levels of responsibility across the board and really kind of strengthened the department.
Great. Gina?
I was confused by the budget commentary because the consultant it sounded like it was an annual, you needed to bring somebody in every year to help with close. Okay.
Yeah.
So the consultant is just to help you find efficiencies. Can you just briefly explain what the consultant's goals would be?
To make the process more efficient, when I started, Lenny had already gone. He came in, Lenny Marshall was the former town accountant. He came in and certainly helped guide me through some things, but it's just more of a formal training so that everything is closed up a little sooner for the auditors and to file for the CAFR.
Okay, thank you.
Paul?
I'm all set.
Sally?
First of all, I think it's great when people are promoted, say from whatever the other title was, to show that they have additional responsibilities that went on elsewhere, and I think that's really good. the role of the I guess the being a certified governmental accountant, does that, how does that benefit the town? It's great, I'm glad you're doing it. Does it mean we get better standing in terms of auditing practices, or how does it
It's just
accrue?
it's more of an educational, there's a schooling. You actually, for the 3 days that you're there, you are in classes from 8 a.m. to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it's all about the municipal laws and different types of journal entries and how you treat certain, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just procedures that come along, or new things when we had the modern municipal, tell me again.
Municipal
Thank you, I always say it backwards. When that came along, the school was really helpful because they definitely highlighted certain things. So it's more of an educational, and the exams are really hard to pass, to tell you the truth, so it definitely makes more efficient.
I think shorter, I'll let the finance guy answer it. He's gonna answer it the right way after I answer it the wrong way, but governmental fund accounting is much different from other types of accounting that you would come across in that field. And so having this certification is good because it means they understand sort of the arcane nature of municipal finance in the Commonwealth, which is, again, different from municipal finance in most places.
Which
So not
helps
only
with-
is it a tough field, but it's a tough field in Mass because Mass is a little different than most places, so.
Right.
Which also helps with uniformity across towns and governments to keep, so that everyone's doing things the same way.
Okay.
They're not, you're not just, CPA is nowhere near what they have to handle on a daily basis.
Okay, well, excellent, thank
And
you.
I would just add that it is a municipal best practice that the town accountant and the town treasurer both be certified from their respective organizations. So either they're already certified or they're in the process of getting that certification, so.
Mike?
Thank you.
All set.
Sally?
Well, it's a kind of a minor question here, but I see the sick leave incentive is being reduced significantly. Is there any particular reason for that?
It's more of the history. So in order to cut it down, we felt that the way it had moved in past years.
This is a more accurate number to keep in your budget.
Correct, yeah. We had turned back some in previous years because we hadn't used it.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering which one would be more exciting, the GFOA or the MMAA conference?
Probably the GFOA, because
That's
the
the better one
MMAA
for it,
is
yeah.
at UMass Amherst every year, and it's in March, it's school vacation, there's nothing open there, so, yeah.
Maybe you'd like to attend both, Mike, and you can report back to your board.
I'm just thinking
Report back to
boy,
us.
that's something.
This year's GFOA is in LA, so.
Oh, wow.
But it's during town meeting,
So
so
Corey will
now
not be
I
able to
can't go.
John?
I'm all set.
Okay. Questions from the audience? Anything else from the board?
I'll move the budget.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck tonight.
Debt.
So
Page
next we'll,
55, the debt budget.
next we'll jump into the
Get ready,
topic
Bill.
of debt.
No, he was waiting for OPEB, not debt.
Right,
Retirement.
you're
He
gonna
went
hit
to
them all.
retirement, but-
You're right, I'm sorry.
So the next few slides show a little bit of our debt picture, as well as obviously the big topic when it comes to debt in FY20, and that's bringing on the Smith School debt. As you see from this table, existing principal and existing interest are both projected to decline in FY20. Existing principal by $52,000 and existing interest by $286,000. And then when you add on the new Smith School project, a full year of principal and interest budgeted, that's $1.155 million, which leads to the overall gross debt service of an increase of $817,000, or 13.44%. When we factor in the offset of the school stabilization fund, as we see, we're budgeting the 1.198 that was budgeted last year to cover some of the previous school debt, such as the high school, middle school projects, and then we tack on the 1.155 in the Smith School project, we get our school stabilization fund offset for FY20 of $2,353,478. And then slip fees is usually, that's where we budget our slip fees to offset some of the debt service. That stays consistent year over year. So overall, the net debt service on the tax side would be a decrease of $337,000. This tracks with our planned use of the school stabilization fund, as the manager alluded to earlier, over the next few years, which we'll dig into a little bit in the coming slides. This next table details the school stabilization balance. As you can see, over the past few years, it's really ramped up the contribution. We proposed an additional $750,000 contributed in FY20. The offset to debt service is pictured below that. Relatively similar amounts, $500,000, $423,000, and then it was $1.2 million in this current FY19 budget. And as we showed on the previous slide, that'll go up to $2.4 million in FY20. This will be the first year in several years that there's a net decrease to the overall school stabilization balance. Again, something that was long planned that we've talked about at the financial summit this past fall, and which we'll talk about a little bit more here. At the end of the year, the projected balance of the school stabilization will be $4.28 million. This colorful chart shows our total debt, including the Smith School project, over the next 20 years. It's tough to see the bottom, so I'll read it out loud. The high school project, which was level debt service, is in green. That's the bottom table, bottom bar going across. Layered on top of that is the Smith School. Again, as we've talked about, the current budgets for it is a 30-year level debt. On top of that, we have blue, which is our total existing debt, not counting the high school. The purple is outstanding bands, so those short-term notes will eventually need to be financed permanently. And then the red is a projected additional debt. And for this, we earmarked to roughly $1 million a year in just ongoing projects. For example, this year we're doing the Highlands roof, the second part of the Highlands roof. So those would be similar type of projects that we'll still need to borrow for over the next 20 years. And then this table tells a little bit more about the idea to shave our peak debt in FY20 and then beyond. We project that in total we'll need about $8 million from the school stabilization fund to maintain that peak below 6%, which is the goal of the fund. This accomplishes the goal of doing that, as well as phasing out some of the other use of the fund, which we've used, as we mentioned, for previous projects, such as the high school, middle school projects, and other school-related construction debt. So all told, we'll have wound down the fund by 2026. And then this table sort of just illustrates that again with a 6% bar going across to show you where that 6% target threshold is. And using the stabilization fund over the next few years will consistently remain under 6% in the tax-supported debt service.
I'd like to offer a couple of thoughts in addition to that, and then we can open it up to some questions. So we've shown existing debt a couple of different ways here. You see a natural decline here in existing principal and interest. That's generally what you want your debt to do. So this, when we show it as a picture here, the green bar shows the impact of level funding the high school project a few years ago. So that typically what you see in debt service, unlike a home mortgage, is it spikes in the early years and then it is retired rapidly. And the idea being that this white space out here, as you're building your debt so that you're paying equal principal payments, your annual debt costs are going to be much higher in the first 10 years, for example, than they are in the last 10 years. And that natural retirement of that debt creates the capacity that you'd like to be able to use for those new projects that are coming along. For example, a public works facility, or a renovation or expansion of a senior center, or any other number of things. And so what the selectmen wrestled with this spring was sort of the concept of, whether it's appropriate to follow past practice of level funding these large projects, or to look at trying to finance them the way that we've, historically and the way most places will finance these projects by front loading that debt. That was a conversation prior to the special town meeting. There is no way in the existing budget to pay for a project like the Smith School with equal principal. So the way that the FY20 budget is built is to accommodate level funding of that debt the way that we have in the past. But I think this slide, better than almost anything else, kind of shows what the long-term implications of doing that are. Because as you can see, if a third project were stacked on top of this, you could potentially have 15 years where, for example, $6 million were assigned to 3 specific projects, which would leave nothing in terms of capacity for other projects. So I think, you can see it as a number here. This is what you want to see your debt doing year over year. You want to see it slowly declining so that you can fold new projects in. And Rodney provided kind of a view of where we're going in order to finance the Smith School project. We built that school stabilization fund up. By we, I mean the town meeting for the last 4 or 5 years has appropriated into that fund. We never actually stopped using it after the high school, but we're starting to accelerate it again as we bring the Smith School online this year. So with that, I guess I'd be happy to take any specific questions you have about debt service as a budget or the Smith School project in particular. And the 6% is some of the long-serving members will remember is kind of the informal measuring stick that we've used historically in terms of what we define as affordable. We have a debt policy that says that debt service will never exceed 10% of our net operating budget. We're at about half of that. So I think that in terms of context, what that tells us, this board and other boards, is that we're carrying about half of the debt service that we could before the rating agencies would start to have any sort of concerns. So 20% in the rating agency world is a red flag. If 20% of your operating revenue is tied up in debt service, that's too much debt. But they view 10% as a very comfortable number for places to be. And we've historically been at 50 or 60% of that threshold. So we do have low debt service as sort of objectively speaking in terms of, compared to our municipal peers.
Thank you. John?
No, all set.
What is our total debt right now?
You mean gross, like a gross
Yeah,
number?
gross, yeah.
Do you have that in the back?
I can look it up. Bear with me.
In the back of it, 83 million?
It's roughly, but I'd rather.
It's roughly $83 million.
That's it. Sally?
Having been at the information session about the Smith School, I feel like I'm following what you're saying, and it folds in with what I learned then. So I don't have any questions now. Thank you.
Mike?
Have the selectmen or the town manager yet decided how we're gonna fund the Smith School?
So the fiscal year 20 budget is predicated on the 30-year model. What state law says is that town, that would be the Board of Selectmen, could recommend to the voters that one or more projects that are currently in this $6.9 million number be put before the voters. They could vote to exclude that debt from the levy calculation so that in next year's tax certification process by the state, and when we look at our budget, you would have essentially a levy limit in this column, and off to the side you would have something called excluded debt. And so it would no longer be calculated inside your levy limit, and that levy capacity could be used for other things, lower taxes,
Right.
Funding other budget shortfalls, things like that.
Additional projects.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I
No,
spoke out
that's
of
good.
turn.
It's quite all right.
What do you mean by DHS remodeling 1 and DHS remodeling 2? What are we doing there?
You're looking at the breakout on page 56.
Yes.
And if Joe Collins were here, he would give you the quick, specific answer. My guess is that we funded that project not in one issuance, but several issuances. And we may do a similar thing with the Smith School. So we may issue $20 million of that debt up front. When the project's complete, we can issue the balance of the debt. You can't borrow more than you actually spend, but you know with some certainty that you won't spend below a certain threshold.
Okay,
So you can finance it over multiple issuances.
thank you.
Steve, did you say there's no, once we issue, we are not allowed to refinance or restructure our debt once it's issued?
You can. No, you can. I get the point would be if you can, yeah.
There are terms on it, so when we went out to borrow, if we wanted to borrow the Smith School, there'd be a callback window of usually about 10 years before, so we definitely couldn't refinance that over the next 10 years. And even after that, lenders have kind of caught on that a lot of communities were restructuring, refinancing at lower interest rates. So they structure the coupons now, so it's really the lower coupons are up, the higher coupons are up front, so it's almost disadvantageous to refinance once you get 10 years out because they were, fronting these bond premiums and then people are refinancing out of it 10 years in, so.
So it's basically like a home mortgage from that standpoint, just to,
But you could theoretically refinance and exclude that at the same time, in 15 years, for example.
What about any of our old series, or do any of them have opportunities for refinancing?
So our financial advisor, Hilltop, every year or multiple times a year looks through to see if there's any opportunities, and they bring them to us. I think the last big round we did was back in 2012, yeah.
No, we did one more recently than that. We saved $600,000 or $700,000 within the last 3 or 4 years doing a restructuring. But, like, for example, with the high school project has a 10-year callback. And even once we reached that, because the rates were so low when we issued that debt, I think we'd have a hard time with some of those projects. But we do each year look at what might be a good candidate for that.
Thanks.
Sally?
So if we exclude debt, then once we pay it, it kind of comes out of, the levy is not, it's not in play anymore, right? Whereas if we were talking an override of Prop 2.5, it's permanent. But say for a big project, we could decide that we'll move that over to the side. And then that would save us, well, it would save future taxpayers, wouldn't it? Because
When Hilltop Security is the financial advisor that the town uses for debt issuance, and they had run some numbers for us once the MSBA approved the final project cost. We're looking at about a $31 million construction cost. That's the town share of the $52 million project. On a 20-year borrowing with equal principal, the total project cost over 20 years would be about $45 million. What's built into the operating budget over the next 30 years is close to $60 million in total debt payment, so between principal and interest. So the interest on the 30-year debt level funding is roughly $28 million, and then the interest on the 20-year equal principal payment is roughly $15 million, $16 million. So there's a significant difference based on the way that debt gets structured.
and then, in addition, can you say that we would benefit in other ways because rating agencies would then no longer, I think sometimes we pay a price for never having done an override. I know we love to wear it as a badge of honor. Some of us do.
We've tried and lost that argument with S&P for the past 4 years. So
And
they
what do
do,
they
they
say?
view, in the eyes of the rating agencies, for right or wrong, the aversion to either a debt exclusion or a budget override is a negative credit factor in their mind. We've tried to argue that we've taken a very different and sort of against the grain approach to our financial management and our building and use of reserves. They'll buy it.
Well, they want to see that we feel we have skin in the game.
They
So they're saying,
they
how
talk
badly
yeah.
do you prioritize these things? How willing are you as a community to invest and take, aren't they? Doesn't
I think
that make sense,
yeah,
don't you
that's
think?
accurate.
I think there's also a component of it where it's similar to if you get a mortgage and you agree to have them automatically deduct the money, they give you sometimes a better rate. Similarly, if you've excluded this, you've guaranteed that it's going to be paid back, or at least I think they look at it as being a better chance that it's going to be paid back by excluding it than if you don't, because of issues. That makes sense with the.
Yeah, I mean, they often talk, I mean, we often hear about a willingness and ability to pay in terms of this type of stuff. And so if a community has a willingness to pay but not an ability to pay, that's problematic in the eyes of the rating agencies because you're spending money you don't have. I think the inverse of that is if a community has the ability to pay, recognizing that the term ability can mean different things to different people. If there's an ability to pay but an unwillingness to pay, that's also viewed sometimes negatively, and I think that's the criteria they'd be looking at here, in the sense that, again, right or wrong, because we're not standing in the shoes of the rating agencies, but if a community's choices were to cut back on core services or accept higher taxes to pay for those core services. If by any objective measure, again, in the eyes of the agencies, there was an ability to raise the revenue to support those services and the community chose not to, that's a negative factor in their eyes. That's a cause that concerns them. And again, there's no judgment in terms of, this is as we understand it through the financial advisors in terms of how Moody's and S&P and all Fitch and all the others look at these things. But you're right, it is not necessarily viewed as a positive in those terms.
So if we were to, are we at AAA?
We're AA1, which is the second highest rating.
So would debt exclusion get us a AAA rating?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
But if we were AAA, we would then save on borrowing costs?
Yeah, and I think in a really good economy, the spread between AAA and AA1 is a little bit narrower than in a bad economy. So you really see the band between the highest and second highest is much more noticeable as rates start to increase. So right now they're pretty compressed. But even on I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but on the Smith School project, there's a not insignificant difference between what the financing might look like for a AAA versus a AA1 community.
Okay, thank you.
But that applies to all other borrowing.
Correct.
Not just the Smith School.
Future.
So you need a fire truck for 1.2 mil, you have to borrow. And you're gonna get the rate AA1. And that goes on and on and on over a period of years, and this is what you're looking at, from my standpoint, at least the way I look at it.
And I think Danvers is close. I mean, I think Danvers is on the edge because of being in that AAA category.
Right.
We have some things working against us, but I think we've addressed almost all of the things we can address.
But the other thing is, what you're saying is, if I understand you correctly, is that 20 years versus 30 years, there's either a lost opportunity or there's an opportunity to save or get into our coffers $15 million. Is that correct, or am I incorrect in that?
There would be I think the two aspects. I mean, there would be the cost avoidance for future finance committees and town meetings. So the $15 million in interest is money that would go toward the lender and not a local project. So I think that's one way to think about, I think, what you're saying in terms of future
But
opportunity costs.
we're paying that extra 15 million by going to 30.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
In the short term, it's more expensive to finance the debt up front, but if it's excluded debt, it also creates capacity to do other priority projects, for example, senior center improvements, things like that. But these are trade-offs that sort of extend beyond where we sit. I mean, we're not the policy making. We provide the information and we can show sort of trend analysis and things like that, but these are community decisions.
So, and if you go into this Smith School on a 30-year basis, a borrowing program, you're gonna have to wait at least 10 years, or could it be more before you can even consider refinancing?
10 years is pretty standard at this point, and as Rodney was suggesting, the lenders have gotten creative in how they structure the coupons because they don't really want to see you refinance.
Right.
If they can lock you in at a good rate today, they'd like you to stay at that rate. But we still evaluate that annually.
Okay, now, if we were to, and this is my last question on this topic, if we were to go, if the town decided to go on a 20-year borrowing program for the school, with debt, obviously
Debt
20,
exclusion.
debt exclude, and not even the debt exclusion, that's not the term I'm using, I don't want to use that term. It's toxic at times, but if we could, if we borrowed that amount of money over 20 years, how would that affect our 5% total debt? In other words, we're somewhere around 5%. We don't want to get, we want to stay below 10, and we certainly don't want to get above 10. But if we were to structure the debt favorably towards a 20-year agreement, how would that affect that 5.5, 6% of our total?
You would see it would tick up in the first couple of years. We'd be nowhere near the 10%.
Which might be 7 or 7, yeah.
To Mike's point, with $83 million in existing debt, we're at around 5% of our policy. So to add, you're still adding the 31. It would still be 31 in principle either way. Right. We would be well below 10%. But
which would not put us in disfavor with the borrowing institutions?
No, we would effectively have to double our debt service to approach 10%.
Okay.
That would be a lot of projects. That
Thank
would be
you.
6 Smith schools coming online. at the
How
same
many?
time. That would be about 6 Smith schools coming online at the same time.
Bill's coughing him. Thank you.
Gina?
No questions, thanks.
Just one thing, I guess, back to the issue with the potential for the debt exclusion. So, I think I'm right with this, but the problem right now is although we could conceivably exclude the debt at any time, the only way that we can gain the advantage of doing the 20-year over the 30-year is in the very near future, because obviously we can't do the 20-year without the debt exclusion, and so if we, once we've gone to the 30-year, there's no real reason to exclude it. I mean, there are, but it's not the advantages of being able to sell to people. You're gonna save $15 million to do. Is that a fair?
At some point in this upcoming fiscal year, we're gonna have to issue debt related to that project because the work is going to start. So we have some bond anticipation notes outstanding right now for the feasibility and some of the early trades, but we're gonna have to this year do a sizable debt issuance.
Questions from the audience? Matt?
Just a continuation of the 20 versus 30 year. Can you go to the slide that has the line graph with the various colors? Yes.
No, this one?
Yes. So if this yellow horizontal bar, that represents the Smith School with the 30-year projection, can you kind of, if it was 20 years, would it be, because I remember the high school had a peak that was kind of upfront costs.
I'll give you a very unscientific attempt here from 30 feet with a laser.
Yeah.
The yellow would do this. It would go up, and then it would do this.
Right.
And where's 20? So by FY 38, it would be gone. So you would look, you'd see it peak by year probably 5 or 6, and then start to rapidly decline toward FY 38, 39.
So with the time value, future value of money, $1 million 20 years down the road is not what it's worth today, but there is an opportunity cost, right? So as we spread that debt off way out into the future, that precludes being able to maybe hire extra school teachers or buy a fire truck or, repair these other schools that may have significant costs. So when we talk about the debt exclusion, and you mentioned that wasn't really your role to decide whether it should be 20 or 30, it's really the residents of the town, and I mentioned this at the Selectmen's meeting last week, the residents should have a say or some input on whether it should be 20 or 30 years. Because we're talking, $15 million in interest that could be better spent in other ways. So I would urge the town leaders to kind of think about putting that in front of the voters and let them say. I think we've jumped to conclusions saying that that's it's not something that will be readily accepted by the town residents, but I think that they should be given the opportunity to say one way or the other.
Thanks, Matt. Any other audience questions? Not yet.
Getting there, Bill.
Almost.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I agree with Matthew on this. Again, I'm not in a position, certainly of what the selectmen would be in, but I strongly feel that I'd like to see the town make the decision. And it's a pretty obvious decision. That doesn't matter. It doesn't make it, it's not one way's right, one way's wrong. But I think we owe it to the town and we owe it to the people to make a decision as to how we want to finance this school and future projects, and leave us with the ability to have some flexibility in how we proceed with budgets down the road, 5, 10, 15 years. That's just my opinion, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments?
Well, this was discussed at the meeting back in January, and I thought the selectmen were advising 20-year bonds. Was there feedback from town meeting that
No, I
wanted 30?
we started this conversation in December when we had our financial summit, and we started looking kind of long-term what the implications of this project were going to be. The board did have it on the agenda for a couple of meetings to kind of discuss amongst themselves, kind of where they were. And I know had conversations with constituents outside of those meetings to kind of get the feel. What was particularly confusing, and we spent half a day in this room with town meeting members differentiating between, you know, the vote at the special town meeting in February was really focused on the need of the project. The budget process is where we approve budget dollars to fund the project. The vote on this debt service budget doesn't necessarily require or preclude any type of structuring. So we have broad latitude. We can't spend more than what's in a budget, but we can structure the debt in a way that's most advantageous to the town within existing resources. So we may decide to do, or we may, you know, the board would have to vote on this, but we may say, let's do a $15 million issuance this year and then wait because rates are flattening, or let's do 25 million because we know the feds are signaling an increase. So we have some broad latitude, but I think the board was concerned about commingling the two issues. And this is as I understood the conversation that they had, is that the primary decision in February is, do we need to do this project or not? A separate question is, what is the best way, what do we think, or what would we recommend the best way to finance it is? And that's not a discussion that they ever decisively concluded one way or the other prior to that meeting. So, and I don't want to speak for the board, but.
No, I will speak, we each speak for ourselves. This issue there's no right or wrong answer. There is a lot of money involved. If you go for the shorter note, you're gonna have a tremendous increase in taxes for a brief period of time. And we had a tremendous response from the people in the community about a potential decision, but the selectmen are deeply divided, and there's no way at this time, unless people change their minds, to get a 2/3 majority one way or the other on the Board of Selectmen.
So
Basically,
ultimately,
3-2
who will
or
be
2
the
to 3.
decision maker?
Yeah, so
we only speak for ourselves. I'm not speaking for anyone else. This is the reality. We talked about it, I think, about 3 times at least, at 3 different
December and
meetings.
January was on the agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but what the law says is that a city council or a board of selectmen has the exclusive authority to put this question before the voters. I don't believe that a citizen's petition can put this question before the voters, but I'm not 100% certain of that. But what's clear is that the chief elected officials in any community, by a 2/3 majority, which in our case would be 4 out of the 5 selectmen, have to vote to put it on a ballot. And it bypasses the FinCom, it bypasses town meeting, it goes directly to the voters. Yep.
Unless there's a
Go to town
decision
meeting.
to go for a debt exclusion, which under Prop 2.5 would require, I forget the majority,
To an
how many?
override, you need town meeting.
The budget override, well, I don't want to, I'm certain because, I'm certain about the debt exclusion question. I'm not as certain about the budget override question. Whether that's, I'd have to think about that. That's more of an exercise on paper to understand what a town meeting would be voting on in terms of the, but generally speaking, you'd see a budget override flow through a town meeting because they appropriate the budget.
I think the easiest way to understand it is that we right now they have authorization to be able to spend and borrow $30 million roughly, or whatever the amount was that we agreed to. The Board of Selectmen has the sole authority to be able to they don't have the authority to exclude the debt, but they are the only people who can pass it on to the only people who have the authority to exclude the debt, which is the citizens through. So it's not a citizen's petition, but it works the same way. It would be as we've had before in other occasions. The difference there is that those projects were tied to town meeting, and the only way that they were approved at town meeting was if we got the corresponding debt exclusion. So it had to pass town meeting, which it did, and then go to the vote. This is not the case. This is a project that will go through whether the town votes for it or not. The question is how do we fund it? And do we fund it through the 30-year program, which we have an ability to do without any exclusion? Or does the Board of Selectmen pass it on to get the exclusion? And as Dan Toomey often told me, you can stop counting at 3. when it comes to the Board of Selectmen. In this case,
You
you
gotta
can stop,
count four.
you can, this case, you can stop counting at 4. And they need, clearly, as Bill has indicated, there's 2 of the members who are unwilling to pass this on to the citizens to make the decision, despite the fact that they have they could simply do that. Their vote means nothing in terms of whether it happens or not.
Right.
And I can assure you that in the past, when there have been times when we did it, where there was a member of the board who would not support it himself. However, he was willing to vote in favor of it to send it to the citizens. We'll
That
leave
may
it
be
at that.
very well the route that will be taken.
Yeah.
However, I'm only speaking, I can't speak for other 4 members of the board. There will be the same 5 members for the rest of this year into next year. So we're not changing any people, and no one came forth who was so upset about how it was dealing that they would vote or run against people who are either for or against this year. I mean, this really, it frustrates me as a participant in the government that people are unwilling to step forward and participate. They may sit at their computer and bitch all day long or all night long about how the town was run, but when it comes to wanting to do it, they're not stepping forward. And we need people who want to step forward, like you people did, to become members of the Finance Committee. And you've got the most difficult job of anyone in town, because you're not getting paid either, at all.
No.
And you have some working long hours. This decision is tough, because there's 2 sides of it, and it isn't clear cut. And you've got to look at all kinds of other things, like the demographics of the community. How old are the voters in town? Who's going to take advantage of it? I'll give you an example, and I'm not saying how I've voted on this in the past, but at age 74, if I live 20 more years, I'd have to live 20 more years to see an advantage to this 30-year plan versus 20-year plan. Because the way the numbers, I think it's 19 years out when it actually crosses and becomes much less expensive to the people. And it is front-loaded. I'm not an expert in finance, but I know that my entire adult life I've been paying for schools in this town since and some of you have paid them longer than that, right, Mike? So it's a constant that we have.
Longer than your adult life.
Excuse me? But look at the great products that we have for this, you know. I take great pride with Corey and you and Mike here tonight, with the great teaching that you had as you went through schools. Just, right now, it's a 3-2 vote, or a 2-3 vote, however you want to talk about it, and Mike is exactly right. Mikey, my boy, you got to count to 3. That's about the quote, the way it came down.
Stop counting at 3.
Anything else on,
So do we need to vote tonight for the debt service? Are we voting for the $6,897,171 number? Is that what our vote would entail? Well, I'll move that budget. I just wanted to clarify that that's what we're doing, because it looks
Second.
different than the other sheets, so.
all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Are we moving into retirement?
Yes, I just wanted to add 84 million in outstanding debt.
Perfect. Thank you.
What one is that?
Next, we'll talk about retirement and OPEB. So the Danvers Retirement System is a 5-member board. It's administered by the finance director, and it's made up of the retirement manager as well as a retirement office assistant. The last actuarial report was done January 1st, 2018. That was based on the financial condition of 12/31/17. Right now, the retirement system is expected to be fully funded in 2035. That's 5 full years ahead of the Mass General Law deadline. We also reduced our assumed rate of return from 7.75% to 7.5% last year, and that was after coming down from 8 to 7.75 the year before. One notable highlight of the current fiscal year is that we issued an RFP for our investment consultant, and after a very vigorous RFP process, we renewed our contract with Greystone Consulting for 7 years. Greystone has been representing us in some form going back to the 90s. Looking at our goals for the new fiscal year, Updating our financial disclosures through our actuary. As I said, our next actuarial study will be done as of 1/1/2020. Updating our investment policy per Greystone. Those conversations have already begun at our monthly retirement board meetings. And as well as the successful election for the 4th seat on the Danvers Retirement Board. Joe is in Florida celebrating his reelection to the retirement board, so he'll be with us for another 3-year term. Looking at the investment results, as anyone with a portfolio knows, it was a tough year in calendar year 2018. Overall, the market return was negative 6.6% for the retirement system. Overall, the 5-year period is an average market return of positive 4.23%. And next we look at the request summary. Obviously, the bulk of the retirement budget is the contribution schedule that's set by the actuary at a roughly 8% increase each year, so that we'll be able to fully fund by 2035. The other amounts that go into that are the salary and wages. It's a 6.6% increase. As you've heard numerous times tonight, that's based on the comp and class study. Both Susan Little and Amy Steves in the retirement office saw their titles and wages change as part of that comp and class study based on the duties that they're performing. And operating expenses went up 3.3%. And last year, the non-contrib went down. We've lost a couple, unfortunately, over the past couple of years. So that number is decreasing from 37,000 to 15,200. We can stop there, or we can go right into OPEB as a preference.
Let's jump in the pool.
Let's just keep going. So next we look at our OPEB funding over the past few years. So OPEB, technically, there is no mandate, no legal mandate that we be fully funded in OPEB by a certain year. The state strongly suggests it, the ratings agencies strongly suggest it. Eventually there may be legislation dictating a year in which we should be fully funded, but right now, essentially those people, as you mentioned, the fake news, who don't want to fund it, the only thing they're hurting is their rating with the ratings agencies right now. And as you can see from our experience, setting up that OPEB trust, which was done at town meeting back in May 2016, led to a significant increase in the interest earned. In FY 2017, we earned more interest than we had previously, the previous decade that OPEB funds were set aside. FY 18 was another positive result. FY 19, as I mentioned, calendar 18 was tough. The first 2 months of this year have been good, both on the retirement side and on our OPEB trust. So I think we talk about it in the next slide, so I'll just skip ahead. The left column is our yearly contribution, which we have a 5-year funding schedule of increasing at $50,000 each year. On the town side, that comes out of free cash currently, as well as portions contributed by electric and the other enterprise funds. So for FY 19, we're projecting a flat year just because of the tough ends to calendar year 18. We're turning that around, but I think in the interest of being conservative, we're not going to project an interest earning for fiscal year 19. And then moving forward, we're projecting an interest earning of 4.1%. This is obviously a long-term investment over 20 to 30 years, if not longer. So generally, 4.1% is a conservative target that we hope to hit more often than not. We won't hit it every year, but the idea is that we'll, over the long term, exceed that return.
So Bill had asked the question, I think I'm going to try to characterize this question. What happens if you just thumb your nose at the state and refuse to fund your pension liability? Is that basically what the question was?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any communities that have done that, so I don't actually, Rodney might have a guess what the penalty would be for that. There are plenty of communities that are going to struggle to meet that deadline, but I'm aware of no communities that have essentially said they're going to refuse to fund it. So we are we're projected to be fully funded 5 years ahead of the statutory deadline of 2040. Rodney had mentioned there is no required funding deadline or schedule for OPEB, which stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits, which is just, it's effectively retiree health care. And I had mentioned at the beginning of the night, in our FY 18 audit, we're now fully showing our full OPEB liability on our balance sheet now, and it's about $192 million liability. As you can see, we have about $6.3 million set aside to buy down that liability. we're not necessarily in better or worse shape than many communities. This is something that until, only recently, there are outliers, places that have aggressively funded this. There are plenty of well-run communities that don't put anything aside for future retiree health care. I worked in Avon, Connecticut, which was a AAA-rated community, high wealth indicators. They were on a funding schedule, but there was clear disagreement at the upper levels of the organization about whether that was appropriate or not. Part of the reason for that, on the pension side, it's pretty easy to calculate what your actual liability is for a defined benefit. We know that it's going to be X% of your final X years of salary. Retiree health care is much more difficult to project out 20 or 30 years. Anybody in this room who thinks they know what the cost of health care is going to be in 20 years shouldn't be sitting in this room right now. They should be on a yacht somewhere, because it's almost impossible. Will there be state legislation passed that will impact this? Will there ultimately be federal legislation passed that will impact this? So we're doing what the rating agencies want to see, which is committing ourselves to a funding plan to start to build up a reserve, because no matter what happens legislatively, we know that there's going to be a liability to pay for. Whether it ends up being $190 million or $70 million or $2 billion, your guess is as good as ours. But we know we're doing what is considered a best practice, which is building up a trust so that we have some funds on hand to offset that.
Gina?
Just the retirement funding that you said, Rodney, was increasing 8% per year. Where's that funding coming from? I'm concerned about keeping up with that 8%.
So that will have to fit within the levy.
And we can talk a little bit about, some of Proposition 2.5, which was passed in the early 80s, says that you can't spend more than 2.5% of your prior year's levy plus whatever growth occurs. One of the challenges posed by a law like that is that we have things like retirement, which is that's a statutory expense, and we're looking at 8% per year for the next 5 or 6 years. Healthcare, we'll talk a little bit in the benefits budget pretty soon. We've been able to lock in 5 or 6% increases. That's beating the market trend, but it's double what is permitted under Prop 2.5. Essex Tech has been a phenomenal, very successful school, but we've seen double-digit increases in our assessment there in the last couple of years. And all of these expenses that are effectively either outside of our control or in terms of healthcare, there's very little you can do to control that cost, have to be accounted for in the budget. And that puts more and more pressure on the other parts of the budget.
Right, so do you foresee cutting other expenses, or do you think we'll have enough investment gains to help, or is it a combination of?
It's probably going to be a combination of a lot of different things. I don't think there's any one area in the budget that could necessarily resolve the broader issues. And that's, one of the new documents in the budget book this year is a 5-year trend analysis that Rodney put together. We had been looking at things like that as part of our financial summit, but it's now incorporated into the budget. And spoiler alert, it's in a negative position just about every year, which really just emphasizes that going into every budget process, there are more demands on resources than there are resources. And so there's kind of a trade-off every year as you approach the budget.
Paul?
I'm all set, thank you.
Sally?
Good, thank you.
No questions.
Sally?
Well, I guess I have this problem, I think, every year with looking at the fiscal 20 scheduled contribution of $832,795 and trying to figure out where does that appear on page 60?
It does not.
It doesn't?
No.
Because I'm trying to fit apples and oranges together.
So there are line items within the utility budgets that make contributions toward their OPEB costs, and we've always done it as a warrant article. So next week when we meet to talk about the warrant, you'll see a contribution to the OPEB there. Is that ideal? No. I mean, we would like to see that built into the budget. There ought to be a line in the budget dedicated to OPEB. We can't do that. We don't have capacity to do that. But if there's ever a chance to do that, that's something we'd recommend doing.
But here again on page 60, the number that appears to the right of the dark black line, government-supported, general government tax-supported, down towards the bottom, it shows $449.89. That's.
So those are two different, so the page 60 is the actual retirement contribution. OPEB is an additional cost separate from the retirement pension. Okay. Yeah.
So I should stop trying to make them all fit together. Yes. So when we vote on this budget, the retirement board's budget, What number are we voting to approve?
It would be that total budget of 6,648,817 for general government tax supported. OPEB you'll see as a warrant article in 2 weeks, as part of the warrant articles, our contribution to OPEB.
And you've already voted on, no, you haven't. You will be voting on the utility portions of this when you vote on the utility budgets, because for the water budget, the sewer budget, and the electric budget, they have specific line items in there that will tie out to this chart.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
How many living, breathing retirees do we have now?
That's a good question.
I have that, hold on.
Jen and Rodney are racing each other to find the answer. I'm just leaning back in my chair.
Try 411, how's that?
It'll be a moment, sorry.
Is that your only question?
Well, I guess, my question is that have we ever done any, and this goes a little bit back to what we were talking about just before with the debt service and the exclusion. Do we know how many retirees, municipal retirees, roughly live in town as a percentage? Have we ever done any demographic work in terms of that?
My suggestion would be that maybe we report that back tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not
Wednesday
asking for
night.
that. And the reason I say that is that we expend an enormous amount of money every year on OPEB and, you know, assistance in the retirement, and I appreciate the fact, trust me, I appreciate this fact, based on who I am and where I came from, the amount of money that was put into the plan. That being said, my guess is that certain people, maybe who were in this room, paid a relatively small percentage of their, when they went in, and so the current plan and the current money that we're putting in is bolstering them. So with the people who were 6%ers or 7%ers back in the day, you know, a lot of those people we couldn't support now because, and that's why, what's the current, what are we paying now for retirement? What, if you went to is the workforce now?
No, it's 9% of your first 30,000 and then an additional 2% on everything above that. Effectively,
So we're talking
10 to
about some people
11%.
who are what, 3%ers, 2%ers, 4%ers that are still alive. So I guess what I'm getting at is that when we talk about the debt exclusion, we sometimes will talk about the ability to do things like other projects. It's not that simple. It's really about being able to meet the requirements that we have and the responsibility that we have sometimes to those retirees who are on these fixed incomes right now. And I don't want to pit one group against each other because that shouldn't happen. But the reality is it's not just about who has kids in the schools and who has that type of a situation, because a big portion of our budget goes to support retirees, and as it should. And I'd hate to see that be at risk going forward because of poor fiscal, not poor fiscal planning, but decisions we make fiscally.
Thanks, Mike. John?
All set.
Any audience comments?
Rodney, you got that figure?
You got your question answered. Do you have anything else?
I want to hear Rodney's figure, you got the figure.
415 retirees.
That was pretty close.
Close, Bill.
Yeah, the other thing, you might want to add to that,
That's just their damage retirement system.
you have that question, Mike, I always had the question, how many retirees in the town were former Hunt Hospital employees?
Well, before we get to that, which we don't have the answer for right now,
No.
point of clarification, the 415 does not include teachers, that's just town.
We're in a state retirement system,
Right.
right, I understand that.
But the retiree healthcare is a local.
Yeah, we do have a lot of still.
We still have fun. Yeah.
But there's still a substantial amount of people that were employees of that retired as employees of the Hunt Hospital. Because at one time, 30 years ago, half the town employees were employees of the hospital. It was a very expensive facility for the town to maintain.
Yeah.
And the legacy of it is We're still living with it today.
That's what happens when you have good health care.
Bill?
Overaz Street, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I wasn't trying to be critical of the town when I asked the question. I think the town does what they should do. They're proactive as opposed to being reactive in doing what they do to bring the funding up. And Mr. Landers, I hope I don't die too soon.
No, you gotta be.
He's a 5%er, by the way.
I'm sure he is.
I'd like to be able to sit here and listen to you for many years.
Any other comments? Is there a motion?
Move the budget.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and come back at 10 o'clock?
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're heading into the IT budget. You want to give me the clicker for that? Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name's Colby Cousins. I'm the IT director for the town, and I'll be running through the IT budget for you this evening. Our first slide is our organizational chart. So you can see that's me, the IT director. At the top, we have an assistant director, an information systems project manager, a network engineer, that role is currently vacant, and a tech support specialist. Some of our highlights and accomplishments from the current fiscal year. We began consolidation with the school IT department, starting to formalize a partnership in IT with them. The impetus from that resulted from an internal IT study that we did, and we think we can realize a lot of efficiencies with the consolidation there. We completed a full migration from Verizon copper service. Some of you may be aware that Verizon sold their copper plant in this region, so anyone using Verizon copper telephone service, which we had a number of buildings and radio lines that were on that infrastructure. We had to convert that all to a mixture of Verizon fiber optic infrastructure, Comcast fiber optic infrastructure, and town-owned municipal fiber optic infrastructure, which we've been putting in over the past couple years. So that leads us into our public safety radio infrastructure project. A big prerequisite to that project was getting phase 1 of our municipally owned fiber optic network in place. So that's all up and running, and that project is complete, running over our own municipally owned fiber. We were able to avoid any ongoing service costs by approaching the project in that manner. We signed a 5-year regional support services to Essex, a program where we provide regional support services to Essex. So we do hosting of some of their servers and disaster recovery for them. So if something were to go wrong on site with their IT infrastructure, we have a backup copy of all of their stuff here, and they'd be able to come on site here and access any of it. We implemented some physical and camera security consolidation throughout town. So we had a few different departments with different types of physical security, so door access, and camera security, so security cameras, recordings, security video. We kind of, as part of the dispatch project, the police dispatch renovation project that was going on, we really picked a nice enterprise system and began consolidating all of our existing systems into that one common system, so that we're able to reduce the number of support agreements with vendors that we need to maintain, and also the level of expertise among staff in terms of managing that environment. And we completed the final phase of our production data center upgrade. So you'll see us, our next data center project upcoming will be squaring away our disaster recovery site. So you'll see in our warrant request some reference to some of that project, getting started with it. Our goals for the new fiscal year: we're doing a comprehensive cybersecurity upgrade This is a partnership between the electric department, general government, and schools. It's going to cover us each for different aspects of our cybersecurity. The big driver for this is an upcoming audit of the electric department. Their critical infrastructure protection needs to be audited, so we have to bring some things into compliance with the most recent version of the regulations that were just published in December. So this project will get us there, and general government and schools are allowed, have the opportunity to partner in it and realize some benefit as well. Fiber optic expansion, I mentioned we've completed phase 1 of fiber optic. We'll be picking up phase 2. We had paused that project for a little while as we started bringing in some more locations, so we adjusted the design a bit. That's all been approved, and we'll be picking up phase 2 with some modifications here very quickly, and that will lead to a planned phase 3, which will build in some redundancy throughout the fiber optic grid. Similar to our school project, we're evaluating some tech support consolidation with the library, helping them out with some of our technology expertise, and we've already given them a little bit of space in our data center. We share capital funding for IT through the tech warrant, so working together on a few projects, I think we've been able to get more out of our tech warrant requests for each department, and I think that makes sense a lot, kind of leveraging our areas of expertise and our resources to help each other. We have an upcoming smart grid SCADA upgrade for electric. That's kind of the core of the smart grid system. That's how they manipulate a lot of their relays and close out circuits via their kind of control room, their SCADA control room they have down at One Burroughs. So a lot of that software needs to be upgraded, and the hardware that it sits on also needs to be upgraded. So that's something we'll be consolidating into our larger organization-wide data center plan. Ultimately, we'll consolidate 5 data centers down into 2 when we're done with the whole project, and that way we'll have 2 very robust sites that replicate between each other. So we'll be covered for failover and disaster recovery in emergency scenarios. And then we will be pursuing further regional initiatives. We just received word last week, I believe, that we received an award from the state for about $80,000 to pursue a feasibility study to lead IT regionalization on the North Shore, and that's including Danvers would be a 7-town collaborative that's part of that project. So that's interesting. That'll be a study to kind of provide recommendations and see what the feasibility of that scale of project would be, and how we'd cost it, and what type of resources we'd need in terms of staffing, and a comprehensive evaluation of the current state of technology in each of those communities, and what would be needed to bring them up to speed to participate in a regional program like this. So that's something we're looking forward to finding out that information and seeing where that may lead. Notable budget changes. We moved, the assistant IT director was partially funded from electric. We moved that to the general fund. I think you heard Steve speak to this in probably in the management portion, speak to the changes that specifically related to IT salaries and moving those around, and the offsets that allowed us to do that. And we have a small software maintenance increase for our primary backup and replication software. So you can see the changes. We have an overall increase of 16.21%, but the balance of that is due to the maneuvering in the salaries and wages. So our actual request is an increase of 2.56% in our operating budget, and that's due to that $4,747 cost, which is renewal for our Veeam backup and replication software. questions? Gina?
No questions, thank you.
Paul?
I'm all set, thanks.
Sally?
Yes. I notice a lot of work going on around town, but on my street. And it has to do with Verizon. I see Verizon and Comcast trucks, and I see town trucks. And I'm wondering how much of the work that's going on, you mentioned the Verizon and the Comcast and the shift away from the copper.
Yeah, so
Hang on.
Yeah, okay.
So my question is, I can't help but feel like, are we paying is Verizon or Comcast, are they reimbursing us? Are we expected to help facilitate their business plan, their business model? How does that all work?
Well, I think, so, there's changes in their business model, which obviously we don't have any part of. And they sold their copper lines. So in order to replace that infrastructure, they need to replace that infrastructure with something else. So fiber optic is what they've been replacing everything with. So they do all their own work. We don't pay for any of that. And we actually receive funds from them in the form of pole attachment agreements, because we own a number of our own poles. So if they are going to generate profit over lines that they run on our poles, then they have to pay a monthly fee, a pole attachment fee. And we also realize revenue in the form of police details as they're doing all this work. There's a lot of police details. And then there are also franchise agreements with any service providers in town. So Comcast and Verizon are the two big ones, and they negotiate a franchise fee that they pay to the town in order to be able to offer their service to the residents, their services to the residents.
Okay, so when I see the town truck, good example, the other day they had to replace a telephone pole.
Can you tell me the color on the side of the truck? Is it yellow? So it's electric, most likely?
Probably white with yellow.
They're doing that
White with
major
yellow, yeah.
upgrade up at Center Street near where she lives.
Yeah.
That's basically part of the electric department.
Yeah,
Verizon is just
But it was a
moving their
telephone
wires.
pole.
Are they
So we own
double?
about half of the poles in town, and the utilities own about half of the
It was
poles
a
in
town
town.
of Danvers guy, because I asked him. I
Yeah.
said,
Was it a double pole maybe that they were switching over? They're doing the project down Center Street, like he said.
started as a single, and he said it was rotting, so they need to replace it. So, yeah, now it's a double.
Yep.
So we have a town worker, because we own that,
I want to there could be 5 or 6 different reasons why
Okay.
the town truck could be out there. If they're, as Colby alluded to, for them to put equipment on our poles, we get an attachment agreement and compensation for that. We could be out there monitoring the work to make sure that we're comfortable with what they're doing in our space on the pole. If it's a pole replacement and the utilities are switching over all their stuff at the same time, we could be coordinating with them for that. So it really depends on the circumstance, but I can assure you, as Colby did, we're not part of their business plan. I mean,
I
we
don't
charge
want us
them,
to be
yeah,
helping.
no, that's not happening.
Sorry, but.
Steve, I think
Yep.
that's just a major part of that expansion of that other, 7th loop that the electric lights putting in. They went up Hobart Street, now they're going up Center Street towards where Sally lives. And there's a big presence on Center Street right now. They're also putting taller poles up.
they're
They're putting
huge.
Hendrix lines on the top, which are high tension wires. And then one by one, the wires have to be transferred to these new poles. And the Verizon's up there, along with Danvers Electric, changing stuff over to the new poles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you see a town of Danvers truck and a Verizon truck together, they're probably independently working on their own lines, doing pole transfers, because they're replacing a pole. So the Danvers people would be working on our electrical lines, moving them over, and at the same time Verizon's moving their stuff over so that we can get rid of that double pole. That's probably most likely what you see.
Well, and when David Lane is here on Wednesday, we can circle back
Yeah,
and
sorry,
get into
okay,
that
I
too
don't
as
mean
well.
to belabor it, okay, thank you.
No questions.
Any questions from the audience? Bill Nicholson?
no doubt saw the same trucks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill Nicholson, Precinct 8. Speaking of trucks, I've had 2 trucks which shouldn't be on Upper Center Street, but they are. They tore off the first line, which was Verizon, and I didn't have Verizon anymore, so we threw that line away. But that tore off some of my siding. The second truck, just recently, that's what you may have seen, was Comcast picking up and putting in a new line that the truck had knocked down. So that's 2 times. Police department isn't here yet, but when I'm gonna be talking to them when we have their budget about policing trucks on Upper Center Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Bill?
Bill Bradstreet, here again, Precinct 1, town meeting member. When you talk about revenue for attaching, when I see my bill, I'm also paying that fee that you charge them for the pole. So it's not, I won't say it's not fair, but it's ultimately that cost of that line on that pole, I'm paying on my, as an individual bill payer. Money might be coming into the town, but I'm also paying for that fee. That's just an observation on my part. The other thing was, as far as cybersecurity, are we paying enough to keep ahead of, or even with the hackers who are out there who try nothing better than to hack into, and I don't think it's fake news, but I don't know, you read in the paper about they'll hack into a bank or a hospital, and I'm sure they'd like to hack into the town to see what they can get out of us before we realize that they're actually doing it. Are we doing enough, or could we do more, or?
Colby's going to give you a short answer, which is yes.
That's what I want.
And in answer to your first, you should join me by cutting your cord. Your electric rates are lower because of those fees, and if you cut the cord, you don't have to pay Comcast to bear the cost.
Put a windmill,
Be a
a
win-win.
solar panel. Okay.
That's right.
Dig your well and you can have free water.
Move the budget?
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Page 20 for the human resources. 24? The HR office consists of the HR director, a benefits coordinator, and an HR generalist. The highlights and accomplishments for last year, again, the highlight of the compensation and classification study. We also implemented a training program for employees. This is a free training program for employees. There's a variety of trainings between 2 and 3 per month. It's scheduled out for the entire year that employees can attend. This week they had tips and tricks with IT, and we utilize our own IT staff. Or we bring in outside trainers that are free to us through some of the other benefits we receive at the town. So it's almost zero cost to the town to offer this training. We also did an open meeting law training for boards and committees, just to name a couple of the ones that we've hosted this year. We've also worked with the Vision and Values Committee to develop an implementation plan for the vision and values that were adopted by the town last year. You can see the new vision and values logo on the lower right-hand side, and you may notice that on letterhead and email signatures from now on. Each symbol represents one of the core values. Looking forward to next year, we're working on developing a robust onboarding process for new employees. We will also be looking to grow the training program to develop a training program for new employees to complete during their first year, and then a supervisory track that will be available to employees looking to advance their careers.
Thank you.
There's a minor increase in the salaries and wages as a result of the comp and class. Here's the request summary. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mike?
Nope.
Mike?
All set.
Sally?
Good.
Paul? Gina?
No questions.
Any audience questions? Is there a motion?
Move the budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
HR is much more understandable than technology, so it's easier to get through it. This is the department that supports the employees. So we'll get into a little more technical budget now. The benefits and insurance budget, that's on page 57 and 58 in your budgets. And as the pie chart on page 57 would suggest, the almost 86% of this budget is related to healthcare. You can see on the slide, as well as in the budget book, that the health insurance line is up 7.3% this year, or $846,000. 5% of that increase is related to a negotiated rate with Tufts this year. We have a trend of 5 to 7% on this slide, but really it's a much broader, much wider range than that. There are plans that are renewing this year and under certain carriers, inside, outside of the GIC, at anywhere from up to 12% renewal. So although 5% is a difficult number to accommodate in a budget like ours, where Prop 2.5 is a hard cap, it is a favorable renewal in terms of what the market looks like. Another part of the increase requires a minute of explanation. So we made some substantive changes to the health plan 3 years ago. We met with the Insurance Advisory Commission and agreed to changing a variety of copays across the plan. That year, we were facing about a 17% renewal from Tufts. We were able to bring that renewal number down to under 5%. 4.3% was the renewal that year, but it required a significant increase in the copays on the plan. The good times lasted for all of 1 year, and we were right back to the old trend. And unfortunately, when those changes were made to the health plan, we had projected a slight attrition from the plan. So we had assumed that if our plan became more expensive, we would see employees jump on a spouse's plan if that were an option. We actually saw enrollment increase the following year. So if you remember from the last couple of town meetings, we've been chasing a budget deficit in this line item. And part of the 2.3% increase on top of the renewal is to try to start to correct that in the operating budget. So we're going to be facing another budget transfer this May to cover the delta in the health budget. So that is far and away the biggest change in this budget. A much smaller change, but one that's worth spending a minute talking about, is a decrease in the funding we need for Veterans Aid. That is a budget number that about a decade ago was roughly $8,500 in our budget. We topped out in the last couple of years at close to $178,000 in Veterans Aid that is paid out. That is a benefit that is covered under Chapter 115 in Mass General Law. 75% of these expenses are returned to the community in the following year in the form of aid on our cherry sheet. And the decrease here is based on trend. So Peter Morandi is our Veteran Service Officer. He works very closely with Rodney. They're monitoring these benefits on a month-to-month basis. And we've seen a slight decrease in the amount of aid that's being requested for a couple reasons. One, the economy is really good, so more of these veterans are finding work. Two, Peter works incredibly hard to match up veterans with the benefits that they need. Not necessarily the easiest benefits to access. So he has a pretty strong working relationship with the North Shore. I'm going to get the name wrong because I don't have my notes in front of me, but there's a workforce group that focuses on helping veterans find work. So there are open referrals back and forth between our Veterans Office and them. We get follow-up on each individual we send there. So if they're able to find employment, then they don't have to access the state benefits. They find a job, which I think most of them would like to be doing in the first place and not necessarily receiving aid. Peter also works very hard to connect our veterans with any federal benefits that they may qualify for through the VA. So I think the reason we want to spend a minute on this tonight is we want to assure everybody that any benefits that a Danvers veteran needs, he or she receives. But Peter's very good about connecting them with the broad array of services and not necessarily just the Chapter 115 benefits. So we're addressing our need, but the reduction here is really to sort of align that with what we've seen. And if you look at the actuals for 17-18, you'll see that we haven't come close to the $200,000. So backing this down is really just kind of right-sizing that. And then you'll see an increase in the proposed funding into the workers' compensation fund. And again, we're self-insured for workers' compensation, so we work with a third party to administer that, and we have to make sure that we have an appropriate fund balance in there going into each year to make sure that we can cover any claims that we may see. And that is the narrative that supports what you see on the screen, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have about this budget.
Gina?
How much is the budget transfer to cover?
I think we're looking at $175,000.
Okay.
So.
Congrats on the 5% Tufts. I know it's challenging every year, and that's actually reasonable considering a lot of private companies are double that.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about workers' comp because it's growing every year, and we have a lot of employees that could easily be injured and could have a huge claim. I asked this a couple years ago, do we have stopgap insurance or any kind of, or do we ever consider moving to fully insured, or is that far too expensive?
On the workers' comp, that may be a report back on Wednesday in terms of the stopgap. We do have that on the health side, and I'm going to blank on where our stopgap is on that side as well, but we'll report back on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And I will say, I mean, the gradual increase here is in part because I think we went through a period where we didn't have an adequate balance. So it's, rather than going from 350 to 500 in one shot, we've been trying to incrementally grow that. So, but we'll have an answer Wednesday.
Paul?
We're with Tufts, right? Is it a year-to-year negotiation?
It is.
They never negotiate more than 1 year at a time?
I mean, they're in the risk business, so if you ask them for a multi-year rate, they're going to build a lot of risk assumptions into that rate. So it's never been proven to be advantageous for us to do that. Even when the GIC is a state option that we have. The state requires you to commit to them for 3 years, but they'll only offer you the first year's rate. So you're committing to a second and third year that you won't find out what the rate is until you get there.
Right.
So it's awfully hard, I think, to do multi-year rate on the healthcare side because there's so much variable.
Okay.
Sally?
I'm good for the moment.
Mike?
All set.
Mike?
Good.
Anything from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Before Mr. Henry gets started, I have to share a conversation we had earlier today. Uh-oh. He said, "You're going to do the overview, right?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Am I safe if I wait until 7:30 to come? I don't want to get there right." So I said, 7:30 will be perfectly safe, Aaron. Don't worry about it. You'll be just fine. So 3 hours later than he got here, we're home stretch time.
You're just staying at home, just watching TV, and then you can...
Oh, no, we've been here waiting. Yeah, so this is the department. We brought all the guns.
Aaron, before you begin, I just, on behalf of the committee, want to say thank you to all of you for probably not so much sticking around as coming back. We do appreciate it, and we appreciate your time.
We did some trust falls. We got to know each other a little bit more. This was a good bonding experience for us.
Rich must have loved that.
Every minute of it.
Touchy-feely side.
Yeah.
And I would say Rich also did the ZBA meeting tonight, so he's really, yeah,
But you
pulling
have to
double
ask
duty.
yourself, though, was it your team that wanted us to keep you late, or was it the other team that
Yeah.
wanted us to keep you late?
Mr. Landers is alluding to a recreational activity that I had this evening. I think it was the other team.
Was it? Okay.
I'm good for almost a point a game, so I think they wanted me kept off the ice. I'm going to try to fly through this. We have over 35 slides, so I'm going to, with your pleasure, try to shorten this up and run through them quickly. So focusing on the numbers, but I did want to just hit every slide very quickly. Here's our overall organizational chart. I'm kind of talking for the most part as if we are one department. I understand we are 3 budgets within that. But again, I think we kind of think of ourselves as a unit, or at least I do, and so wanted to show you a little bit of a roll-up of all 3 budgets put together. We have about 60 people full-time, 60 people year-round. Obviously, our summer seasonal staff balloons with the park programs. We staff approximately 18 of the 28 committees here in town, most of the regulatory boards. And I think this, for me, this underscores how we connect with the community on a daily basis and kind of that deep connection that we have with the community through these committees. Here is a roll-up. It's not in your book. This bottom line here is the 3 budgets put together. And again, just as a point of reference as we go forward. We are looking at all of our fees. That's something that we take quite seriously. And I think this year town meeting, Rich's unit has a couple of changes going to town meeting for fees. We also have a few other groups that are looking at their fees, so we do take that seriously. We did see some operating expenses, minimum wage hit seniors and hit the senior division and the rec division quite hard. The comp and class, as you've heard through, I think in other presentations this evening, that had some inflationary effects on salaries and wages. We have contractual increases, and we did move some things around. So like the open space program that's been in the planning office but is really run by rec, we just moved that over to rec this year. So that kind of artificially looks like there's a bigger change than there is. And we added an assistant director in senior and social services. So here's the breakdown of the 3 budgets themselves. And again, we'll touch on this as we go through. So first up for planning, planning division is led by Mr. Fields, came on staff in October. There's waving. This is the organizational chart of that. This fall, we've managed to convince the selectmen to adopt a complete streets policy that'll unlock some additional funding through the Chapter 90 program. We were certified by Mass Bio, a nonprofit trade organization here in the state, for bronze level, and we hope to be pushing that forward to maybe a silver. We've applied for an additional grant regarding the rail trail extension, and we're digging into demographic and social economic trend reports, and there'll be more about that as we go forward this in fiscal 20. What we're working on right now is the downtown corridor, the C1, C1A, and High Street Industrial 1 areas. We're working on the next phase of the Complete Streets, which is actually putting a proposal together for the state to fund. Like I said, we're talking about Mass Bio, working with the engineering division on the rail trail and continuing the trend reports. We did see an overall decrease here in the budget due to salary and wages changes as a result of the staffing changes from earlier this year. We'd moved the open space program to recreation, and we realigned some of our operating expenses to focus a bit more on some of the technology opportunities that we have. We also, and I think this came up earlier in the evening, really trying to look at more training opportunities for our land use boards and committees. And so we're developing, I'll say a curriculum, that probably is a little bit too strong a word, but we are serious about providing better training opportunities to our boards and committees. So here's a roll-up of just the planning budget. And I know that's in your books.
So we do want to,
Oh.
that was quick. Do you guys want to ask some questions?
Page on the planning book.
Yeah,
What-
so
what's- we're moving around a little bit
Absolutely.
here. Excuse me? 41?
44.
44.
So 44 through 47 offer the narrative explanations for how these divisions function together. The numbers are on page 48. And what you see on the screen here is one of the 3 divisions that is funded in the land use budget. So it's some of these slides won't actually be reflected in your book, but the reason they're here is so that you can focus and isolate in on the one division within that department. So 48 includes this breakout, but it doesn't stand alone anywhere in the budget book.
Moving ahead to Public Health and Veterans Affairs. Oop,
Any questions?
sorry. Jumping the gun. No questions?
There you go.
We're talking about land use and community service, that budget?
Yep. What I was thinking was, and I apologize, Mr. Barth, I was going to run through the three in land use and then take the questions. That way we're looking at them roll up together. Would that be easier for you?
That would be fine.
Okay. So Mr. Morandi is on vacation right now in Florida. Mark Kaleo, the assistant director, is here to answer any specific questions. Try to move through this quickly. So we have 4 components to public health: environmental health, public health services, animal care, animal control, and veterans. Here's kind of a summary sheet of all the activities that goes on in public health and veterans affairs. The permitting is on the right. The non-regulatory activity represents just the general calls and activities that we do on a yearly basis. And the bottom left box there is the Chapter 115 benefits and the United States Veterans Affairs beneficiary claims that we work with.
So this slide, just briefly, we talked at the beginning of the night about some of the requested positions that wouldn't fit within the budget. I think that the upper left, the non-regulatory activity, you know, you look at the inspections that are done, and then I think we also think about the inspections that aren't done. So we could be doing a lot more inspections. I think, you know, Peter and Mark really made the case this year to increase our staffing in that area, but we simply can't at this point. And I just want to, because those numbers are on the screen, I think it's a good opportunity to kind of point that out.
Thank you. So, this is our goal, to continue a high level of service and improve some technology opportunities that we have. Actually, I saw earlier this week, Mark is redesigning our how we take in complaints, and that's going to, I think, help us in the long run better understand some of the issues that we're getting from the community members. And essentially, this budget is entirely level funded. I understand with veteran services, we just talked about the veterans benefits, but the service itself is level funded. So again, here's a roll-up of just that division, and we'll get to the summary of the whole land use department in a moment. Senior and social services, led by Pam Parkinson, hiding behind me. Her organizational chart. They've got a lot going on at the senior center. The 50-plus job seekers thing is that was new this year. Yep, that's been pretty good. I'm excited about the age-friendly community process. That's something the planning office will probably be a little involved with as well. There's a survey out right now. I hope you've all taken it and seen that. Trying to get some of the needs out from the community out. So one big thing for the new year is evaluate the expansion of the cafe program. We're currently doing 2 days a week, and we received some community support for increasing that, so we're hoping to do that up to 5 days a week. We're going to continue to work on the age-friendly, always looking to develop new initiatives, especially as we get the baby boomer demographic coming more and more of age. A lot of baby boomers don't think they're senior centers for them, and so we're trying to do a better job of improving programming to reach that demographic. The biggest change probably that you'll see is salary and wages here with the introduction of the assistant director. Year 1 was split funded from the Cultural Council and a trust fund that we have here locally. This is the first year, FY20, that'll hit the budget. We only pay percentage of that, so that was the $41,000. Because we have a lot of non-union workers, salary and wages was hit a little bit by minimum wage. Comp and class had an effect. And again, do want to note that we did get the $50,000 gift to support the nutrition program, and we'll continue to roll that out. Bottom line is 54% of what we do at the senior center is tax supported. The other part of that comes from the Friends of and the other various grants and funding that we receive from other sources. So here's a roll-up of just Pam's budget, and again, obviously the big change there is salary and wages. That doesn't show the offset from the Cultural Council. I do see a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Seth.
Is it okay? Yeah. Is there any Older Americans Act funding that comes? in
Yes.
Federal?
Yes, Pam, do you want to?
Hi, Pam.
Hi. So we received Title III B and C funds, through the Older American Act, and it totals together about $45,000 per year. And the other major funding source we have is a formula grant that we should see a major impact, I think, when the 2020 census is completed, because they base the award of that based on the number of individuals 60 and older. So we've been going on the 2010 census, and we know there's a lot more seniors in town now, so that will give us a significant increase in funding as well.
Pam, can you, actually, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but can you speak to the growth we've seen over the last 10 years? I mean, before the census comes out, because it's not an insignificant number.
It's a very, well, we don't know exactly what it is, but it is a large number. The University of Massachusetts School of Gerontology has done a lot of studying statewide. I don't know the exact numbers.
I feel like something like 20% in the last 10 years might be.
It's pretty significant. There are more seniors 60 and older than there are kids 18 and under. So, and that number is going to just keep increasing till 2030, I think, is what they're projecting.
And Aaron has spoken to, when we talk about the kind of the socioeconomic and demographic trends that we see in town, I think what is fascinating and frightening at the same time for Danvers is that we have a growing senior population, but we also know we have a growing student population. So we're seeing growth at both ends of our age spectrum. Sadly, those are not tax-paying, I shouldn't say they're not tax-paying, but generally these are retirees or kids in school, so it puts pressure, as you can imagine, on the
Sandwich generation.
There you go. So, but I mean, I think that's a nice, there's a positive there. It's nice that, you know, folks want to retire and stay in Danvers, and they want to be part of the senior and social scene that Pam and her staff put on the senior center. So we have young families who want to be here, and we have retirees who want to be here, and that's a good thing. Even though it creates interesting budget challenges for us, it's a very good thing.
And just so I could mention quickly, the age-friendly community that we're involved in right now is not just focusing on seniors, it's for all ages. So we're talking about children, we're talking about families, we're talking about seniors, all age groups. So we're hoping that will be a successful initiative, and we'll be putting another feather in our cap with another pretty good accomplishment for the senior center.
I was going to say, one major accomplishment that Pam did get done this year is accreditation again, and I'm not sure that made it on the slide for some reason, but.
Yeah, it might have been last year.
Okay.
I think, yeah. But we did was our third accreditation since I've been in charge, and we had been accredited once prior to that, so it's.
That was a big process, though.
It is a big process. It will be another 5 years before we have to do that again, so we'll see if I'm here. Okay, thank you.
So that's the roll-up for the three budgets in land use. So we're happy, if you have more questions on land use, happy to take them.
Gina?
Why does animal control have no budget?
So in years past, that was a contractual obligation in the expense side, and I'm guessing in the last year or so, those were moved into the salary and wages line. We audited what we've been spending on that, and we were able to.
Can I jump in for a
Yep.
second? So Peter's not here, he would offer a comment here as well. We had a contractor who lived up in New Hampshire that would come down on a call basis and handle off-hour animal control calls. That person kind of essentially went off the grid, for lack of a better term. But we have an arrangement with the city of Beverly. They have an animal control person that does per call animal control as well, so off hours. We have people during the workday who can perform, but that cost really was shifted into the salary and wages line.
Okay.
It's not a person, but it's contractual. So I came back to this slide for the breakout of health, because you can see where you can kind of see that shift happening here. So we're still doing animal control.
Yeah, there's
we're not zeroing out
no
service.
diminution in service.
Is that perhaps why overtime, there's budgeted overtime this year as opposed?
That's a different issue.
That's 11,000 as opposed to 2,000 last year.
So part of, I want to speak just for a minute, sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, no,
But,
go for it.
so we've talked about the comp and class study as only making sure that our salaries are market appropriate, but there was a lot more to the study than just the salary comparisons. We did a full review of all of the job descriptions for non-union employees. We also looked at their FLSA exemption, non-exemption status. And what we found was that we had a number of employees who historically had been receiving comp time or flex time for some of the time that they worked outside of the workday. But by law, we have to offer them either overtime or comp time. And so we're budgeting that not under the assumption that we'll spend it all, but we may have an employee, and it can change multiple times throughout the year. So you may have somebody during the school year who really prefers the flexibility to be at some of their kids' things, so they're willing to cover night meetings and then have some flexibility. But we have to be prepared to pay them overtime if that's their preference. So we cleaned up some things as part of that study that were really important, and this is one of those things.
Thank you.
Paul?
Those questions were answered about overtime. Increase in engineering consultants is due to what?
We, again, try to reallocate things a little bit. We've had a contract for DTAC, the Traffic Advisory Committee. We have a contract with Beta Engineering to provide technical support to that committee. That hasn't been adjusted in a number of years, so we wanted to provide a little more headroom there for those services, as that committee's, been busy. We also, I think, and I'm gonna look to David I don't want to put you on the spot, but I think we moved, and I apologize, I'm blanking on one of the shifts that we made there. I don't know, David, do you recall where we went with that one?
Hi, good evening. I think that shift, Aaron is correct, that it was mostly due to Beta. There has been an increase in the amount of DTAC requests and analysis we've been having to do over the last few years as well. Not to mention the fact that we'd like to make that more of a robust program.
Yeah. So I'll dig in more, but I think it was basically a shift in Beta. And in years past, we've been using, let's say, is that where the Ted Brovitz money came out of? No, that was contractual.
Are these firms you're talking about when you talk about Beta? And,
Yes, I'm
and
sorry.
DTAC?
I apologize.
Beta is an engineering firm.
Right.
DTAC is the Danvers Traffic Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. All set.
Fine.
Sal? Rovitz is consultants.
Yeah.
No, I like this department, I think they do good work. That's my very biased. I don't mean to sound, you don't like them, no. I know you like them. I'm good, thank you.
51,310 on the, did you mention, did we talk about that, the overtime on the recreation?
No, not to recreation yet, we're on land use. We're still on page 48? So the 51,310.
Okay. Go back to 48. 52,401.
Office equipment?
Office equipment went up, and in part when we realigned some of the expenses in the planning division. And I apologize, I will tell you, some of that probably could have been put in the software maintenance, as we're focusing a bit more on some technology opportunities. And I will admit, on the planning roll-up, we didn't have a software maintenance line, so we put it there. Only once we saw the full roll-up did I realize we had a software line. So some of those are the annual subscription costs for software.
That's all I have.
Any comments from the audience? Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. A question on page 45, under the budget commentary. It's like in the middle of the page there. Just a couple of questions, a couple of bullet points. So where it says decrease in expenses for hardware, gasoline, et cetera, and then the next bullet was increase. Is that, I think I heard you say that it was maybe when you realigned this department, some of these costs were reallocated? And is that how you saw the decrease? So they didn't, it's not like you spent less, the town spent less money on these areas. It's just the cost may have been transferred, the expenses were transferred to other departments.
Specifically, hardware, gasoline, and uniforms went to rec. We did look at mileage, tuition, and costs of advertising and applications within the planning. So some of those we decreased that line item, but the first three were moved to recreation and net neutral otherwise.
And then just a question on the software that you had mentioned.
Yes.
Do you, I assume the town has like enterprise licenses that the IT department would get, and then you would just use that? You're not buying software specific for this department unless?
In this particular case, the products that we're looking at, basically mapping projects, so geographic information systems, we took the licenses from engineering electric had previously had them. They're no longer useful to them. We're taking those on. We did look at the enterprise option for that product. It's not cost effective at the moment, given where we are and how few users we have. So we're doing individual licensing, but we're using concurrent licensing and single use to make sure we leverage those as best we can.
Per seat, yeah. Okay.
So concurrent use is just you get one product, but you can put it on multiple machines, but you can only use it one at a time. So we're trying to leverage that and be as
Okay.
cost effective as we
Because
can.
some organizations can fall into that trap where departments aren't talking to each other, they end up replicating
Yeah.
purchases, so.
No, we're looking at, we were working very closely with Colby on that, and it just wasn't cost effective at the moment.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Move that budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you. Much appreciated. The Recreation Department, led by Mr. David Mountain. Large organization, especially in the summer. They do a lot. We see over 200,000 visitors annually to our facilities. We have over 18,000 participants. Fun Club is now at 4 elementary schools, has over 300 kids enrolled. We permit over 780 vessels. We have 2,000 launches every year. We have 59 slips. We do truck day, junior ranger day. We do hay rides. We do a lot in the rec department. Goals for the new year, we continue to work on the Crane River Marina Bank Stabilization Project. We work with the Friends. We're working with the Friends on the Children's Barn renovations. We continue to work on the dog park. We have improvements planned for FY20. We're working with Rotary and the town on the summer concert series, moving the farmers market to that site to make that an even better program in fiscal 20. We work with, the rec department has always done the work with the open space program that was run out of the planning office, but we've moved that directly into their budget. So that work will continue and be even a little bit more efficient. At least that's the plan. We continue to try to increase the opportunities for everybody to take advantage of the program. And a big one, and I know Ms. Kearns is on the committee, is we're hoping to finalize some plans and concepts for the Endicott Park Hay Barn. This chart is designed to make you go cross-eyed. at this late hour, but I think the takeaway from it, for me anyway, is that, like the senior center, much of what we do is leveraging other sources of income in addition to the tax levy support that we get. So here it is about 38 cents on the dollars coming out of the tax levy. The rest of that is coming from these other sources. And finally, some of the changes you'll see in this budget: comp and class, the transfer of the open space program. Again, no changes to the open space program, just moving that from the land use budget over to the rec budget, cost of living increases, and minimum wage impact. On the operating side, again, there was expenses associated with open space, the Endicott Park barn, fuel, and conference fees. So here is a roll-up of the Recreation Department, and David is here to answer any questions you may have.
Mike?
I'm good.
Mike?
Yeah, and the goals and highlights, I think one of those that's way down the bottom should be right up the top. Finalize steps toward Crane River Marina bank stabilization. If you don't do something about that pretty soon, the people that are in those apartment houses by the Crane River, they're gonna be putting their fishing pole out the window. And it's gonna be the water.
So we have, and I think you will see it in a couple of weeks when we get here with warrant articles. We have another request in this year to finalize the design and schematics for the stabilization of the bank. And then our hopes are there's a grant funding availability in late July, early August, and we're trying to target that. We need a shovel-ready project to go for that grant. So we're hoping that we might be able to apply as early as this year for that.
Has anybody been down to Salem? It's right past the Registry of Deeds on the left-hand side. There's a marina down there, and they use like a fiberboard type of a barrier, and it's worked very well for them. And I think that would be one of the least expensive ways to handle this, and somebody ought to go down and take a look at it, because it's been working for the city of Salem for quite a while.
Will do. Duly noted.
Mike, Sally?
I know that a tremendous amount, I think probably this is the department that most people in town know of, or they know a kid who's been involved or has been an instructor, so phenomenal work that comes out of here. Full disclosure, I am a member of the Hay Barn Committee. I'll just put that out there. My question is whether, or to what degree, I guess this is for David, on the waterfront and just water writ large, to the degree that you have the staff capacity, I know you're stretched. I'd like to think there'd be, anyway, is there interaction with either, on the waterfront? I know that you get a certain amount of slip fees and so forth. Two questions. How many of the boat owners or people who have a slip are Danvers residents? Are they all, or does that matter?
I don't have that information readily available, but typically it's been about 60-40, 60% residents, 40% non-residents, but I could get you that information. But
Okay.
there are no restrictions. We often have resident rates and non-resident rates.
Okay, that's good to know. Personally, I would like to see us as a town look to greater enjoyment of the waterfront, and that's the river, the Ipswich River, to improve enjoyment that isn't attached to boat. I'm just gonna throw that in the mix. And
Well, we've been working for a couple of years on a plan of Sandy Beach revitalization that would include a waterfront park and some opportunities for people to enjoy the waterfront that don't have boats, or they may have boats and be able to use the park. And that's something that I think next month, Aaron will be coming before the Board of the Selectmen, providing them an update on a project that we've been working on for a couple of years.
Great, okay, thanks.
I might have missed it. You were going to move, you said something about moving the farmer's market? Or
Yes.
I missed it. Where are we? Where's the
So
proposal?
Rotary's approached us at the end of last season and said, you know, they wanted to kind of rethink how this was working. And we had a few brainstorming sessions. Ms. Breaker was very instrumental in this as well. And we decided, and with Alex Lent at the library, that we think there's on Wednesdays, concerts are Mondays and Wednesdays, but on Wednesdays, trying a weekly market, not exclusive to just the farmers. We're trying to kind of open that up to allow more types of vendors there. We think we can manage that, and so far, so good. Cheryl James, who helps us run that program, David, Alex, Matt Schreiber at at Rotary, have all been really working, and so we're hoping this year to recast that a little bit. A lot of the vendors need, you know, people on the ground. The concert brings 400 to 600, I think. So that should allow us to get more vendors to come and stay, and there's synergy there. We're hoping for a successful.
On the library grounds.
Yes. Yep.
By the.
So you could come at, like, say, 4 o'clock and wander through the booths, and then the concert starts around 5:36.
6 o'clock.
Yep.
I mean, where would you set up the displays? In front of the pavilion and that whole area?
Yeah.
We haven't finalized it totally yet, but we did walk the site in a winter's day about a month ago, and most likely on the Sylvan Street side. If you're facing from the library to the left of the bandstand.
Yes.
Over there. And I'd also like to note, too, and thank the library trustees are our largest sponsor so far this year for the concert series, and they've provided us a good initial start on that sponsorship, so they fully endorse the program as well.
Okay, and the last question I have is the Endicott Hay Barn project. Could you just explain to me where that is at the stage of development and where you are with funds at this particular point?
Okay. The project, again, Aaron will be coming before the Board of Selectmen, I believe, next month with an update. We've been working with the consultant. We received a $1 million grant, and we have allocated approximately 10% of that for design. So right now, we're in the process of design of the structure and design of what it will inevitably be. And we haven't fully determined that as a committee. So it's a work in progress with the committee, work in progress with the consultant, and we'll be bringing forth a proposal and a scheme and a project with probably within the next month or two.
Okay, and the ultimate goal of that project is to do what?
Would be to reutilize the hay barn into a facility for public use.
Okay. Any particular kind of public use?
There would be a variety of use. Could be everything from a youth program to a community event, to a pancake breakfast, to a private event.
Okay, all right. Interesting. Thank you.
Yep.
Gina?
Just quick, because both Sally and I are on that, one of the things that committee has sort of stressed, and we're not at the point yet, I don't think, to do it, because there is still some, I don't want to say division, but there's basically 3 sort of versions of the project that are out there. But once I think there's a consensus in exactly what that design is going to be, the feeling is that it's going to be very important for members of that board to meet with sort of the stakeholders in town in the various committees, and to sort of impress upon them both the financial considerations that are going to be in place and also sort of the benefits that will be there. So the anticipation is that at some point, that group, before a formal situation, I think that somebody from that group would want to meet with us or some members of this board.
When you say that group?
The committee that's been formed to study.
The hay barn.
Yeah, the hay barn committee, yeah. And I
To
think
meet
this is-
with the,
To meet with members, individuals that are on boards like I mean, obviously, in order to be able to get approval for if there's ever gonna be bonding or something like that, the finance committee would need to be on board. The selectmen would need to be on board. There's individual members from those boards on there, but the feeling is that there's gonna need to be some outreach.
Okay.
Would you agree with that, Sarah, that that's sort of something that we've thought would have value with it?
I hadn't heard that discussed, but I can see the need for, you know, a lot of information. I think David's been, you know, pitching it. Obviously, you all have a plan and you're coming to the selectmen, so maybe we, you know, at our committee level, we're still hashing out what will go on in that space, how would it be paid for? Will it be only a wedding facility? We hope not. Will it be also a place for, you know, education and regular, just public people who want to have a meeting or a pancake breakfast or event? But I think the question's going to be money.
Paul, I'll answer your question differently from everybody else so far. So this.
I'm not sure I even asked my question.
No, you did, well, I don't know where you're going with it, but this committee was formed as essentially as a subcommittee of the Recreation Committee. So the state, we have an opportunity, the state thought this was an interesting enough project that they put $1 million on the table and said, you know, design something, right? It's a beautiful old structure. The committee's charge was essentially to come up with a vision for that building. You know, how do we use that building in a way that is appropriate for the park, and opens it up for civic events, for private events, for things like that. So the consultant is on board. I think the committee is still sort of dialing in and refining what that vision is. Once that happens, the consultant can tell them, without that, the consultant can't really do their work. So once there's a vision, that can be, the consultant will work with the committee, and ultimately, you know, what's coming before the board is not a final design. I think I was looking for an update to the board, because ultimately, all these, to Mike's point, all these decisions will have impacts beyond just this hay barn committee that was established for a very specific purpose. So, stay tuned, I guess, is the answer. There's still,
Yeah,
still a lot of work to do.
What, I think Mike said something about bonding.
So I don't want
And
this.
I'm not- I
Yeah, I
don't-
mean, I'm not.
let's not
I
jump
don't
the-
wanna-
let's
I'd
not
like
jump
to
the
sort of pump
gun,
the brakes
right,
on.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is not the venue necessarily for that policy discussion. I think this committee has a charge. They need to come back with a vision for the building, and at that point, the consultant can say, here are your menu of options, and now you as a community have to decide which one you think makes sense.
Right.
Ultimately, that comes back before this body, one way or another, but I think it's premature to sort of step into that conversation.
Sure, thank you. I'm all set.
Gina?
Will there be a warrant article for any hay barn work this year? No?
There's nothing on this year's warrant, no. Yeah, no, I think.
Didn't we okay something, no, that was the rail trail, I think, last year.
Correct.
Something on the rail trail.
Yeah.
We might have,
Town meeting appropriated $150,000 last year to both start sort of conceptual design of the westward expansion and also leverage grant opportunities. So Aaron mentioned on his slide deck, staff recently applied for a $300,000 grant, which has a local match requirement. So there's a very small request coming through the warrant to add another $10,000 to that appropriation, which would put us in a position to maximize the grant if we're successful in getting it. So that was separate. There's been no local appropriation to date on the hay barn. We have the $1 million MassWorks grant.
Right.
And so we're looking at, how do we make use of that, and whether additional funds are required based on the committee work or not is a separate conversation that has to happen at some point.
fine, thank you.
Okay, quick question. Just the recreation temporary positions is up 13% or 26,000. Is that due to minimum wage requirements or additional temporary employees or programs?
That, couple combinations. That's a transfer from planning for the open space interns, and there's a minimum wage impact there as well.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Any comments from the, yes?
Bill Nicholson, Precinct 8. I'm a member of the hay barn committee, and we need a meeting. We haven't had a meeting in quite a while, so I think we should have a meeting and get going on this. I'm also on the river committee, and the river committee is very, very concerned about the riprap problem. We have been trying to do this for a number of years, and we don't seem to be accomplishing much.
Is this are you referencing the Crane River? Yeah.
I am.
Yep.
I am. And we keep getting complaints from the people in the condos who, on a high tide, don't have a parking lot. So we need to get that work done quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Not to belabor that point, I think if it were a local decision only, we would have put riprap in a long time ago. We've had a struggle with the DEP because they ask us to start with vegetative solutions to erosion, which we know don't work. We think we've exhausted those options, and we think this time around,
This is armored.
we're gonna be able to make a more rigid and permanent fix there, down there.
Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Duggan, Precinct 1. Just a comment about the third bullet up from the bottom, improve and maintain town-owned open space areas. First, I want to say that Endicott Park looks awesome these days. New signage, the nature center is great. Spent money there, and it's quite a draw for people, not only in Danvers, but throughout the area. I do have a comment about several open space areas that seem to be poor stepchilds to in terms of attention from the town. So I'll give you two examples. One is Choate Farm, and the other one is this small pocket park at the end of Brad Street Avenue at the river. So both of those areas have had substantial encroachment from private abutters who have taken an adverse possession of public property. And it's primarily kind of due to signage or a lack of delineation about where the public-private space kind of meet. So I think that would be an area for improvement. There's other areas in town too that don't have, there's small areas that aren't signed. Well, maybe they are signed and the signs are taken down. But these are areas that are close, within neighborhoods that are close by that people can utilize. And it's not always apparent that that's public space, so.
We are working on the waterfront issue. Mr. Darrell Parker brought a similar issue to our attention, and
Yes.
so, again, not to kick everything to the Selectmen's meeting in May, but that's on
No,
one of the
these
projects
are-
that I'll be
These are
talking about.
complicated topics or things to resolve, but to just kind of just ignore them, I think, just promotes that kind of
Yep.
behavior.
Well, I don't think they're being ignored, and if you have any, on the encroachment issues at like Choate or other parks, please send me a note, and then we'll take a look.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Any other questions?
Move the budget.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Under the category of saving the best for last, inspectional services.
Inspectional services led by Rich Maloney. This is his staffing summary, in addition to Rich. One big highlight for this year is the co-op program with Essex Tech that was started in September of 2018. They received students from electrical and plumbing and mechanical inspectors. They got the students for 1 day each week. This was really positive. I think everybody involved really enjoyed it, and they're hoping to continue to move that forward. We did have 2 key staff people retire this year, so kind of one of the things we need to do in fiscal '20 is get the new folks in and up to speed and hopefully maintain and if not improve our level of service, and I know Rich's office will be able to do that quite easily. They are shifting to try to make this happen a little bit easier. We're shifting some hours from a temporary position to a more permanent part-time position, and that again should help us increase the level of service that residents will receive when visiting the office. And again, here's a roll-up of the changes.
Mike?
No, I'm good.
Mike?
How much did your revenue came in this year? Did it pay for the department?
Oh, yeah.
Rich has been paying for his department and other departments for quite some time now.
Yeah, we always cover our department. We're doing pretty good, so we'll be
Don't say it out loud.
I know.
You're gonna jinx it.
Yeah.
We might be a couple $100,000 over our projected revenue, which is higher than our department budget.
Thank you.
All set.
Sal,
Thank you. All set.
Gina?
No questions, and Rich, thank you for signing off my bathroom, Rich. That was really helpful. Really was, thank you.
Any comments from the audience? Is there a motion?
Move the
Can I
expected
add?
budget.
Oh,
We're having a retirement party on Wednesday here, 10 to 12. Barbara Downs, our longtime senior secretary, is retiring, 16-plus years, so feel free to come down and wish her well and have a snack.
And I'll,
We got free snacks.
not to make a long night longer, but on that note, I'll comment, and since, I doubt Barbara's awake right now watching, but to embarrass her if she is, I think, she had delayed her retirement plan. She was ready to retire a little bit earlier this year because of some of the other staffing changes that Rich's team experienced. She extended and changed her own retirement date because she wanted to ensure continuity within the division. Barbara was chosen by her peers this year as our Employee of the Year, in large part because of that. She's been a very steady presence in that department. Rich and his team do a lot of business, but they're not the easiest group to manage. There are a lot of personalities in that department. And so hopefully you're asleep, Barbara, but if you're not, you're going to be missed. And so I think to Rich's point, we would welcome a good turnout to see her off.
Great. I think, Mike, you made the motion. Was there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Well, thank you, everyone. We reconvene Wednesday at 7 PM.
thank you.
No?